Aloha kakahiaka kako. E walu minuke I hala o ka hola Eva. Ma e ono o pepeluali I ka makahiki e lua kaukani Iwa ka lua kumalima o ki ia ka pō mahina o ole kulua. E oluolu mai e ho'omalu ke kumike aloha aina. O wau o Kiani Rollins Fernandez, ka luna ho'omalu o ke ia kumike. It's 9:08 on the 6th of February, 2025. Will the Komike Aloha Aina Committee, oh no, that's redundant, please come to order. I'm your chair, Kiani Rollins Fernandez, and there are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. Okay, and online we have, Hope Luna Ho'omalu Otamara Paulton. Aloha.
Aloha kakayaka kako, streaming live and direct from the Pili at my kitchen table. I have one minor canine with me, and other than that, no any humans.
Mahalo, Member Fulton. Committee Member Tom Cook is excused. And we have in the chamber Committee Member Tasha Kama. Aloha.
Aloha kakahiaka chair. It's good to be here. Looking forward to a great discussion this morning. Thank you.
Also in the chamber, Committee Member Shane Sinensi. Aloha.
I aloha kakahiaka kako. E hau ole o wau ma'anei. Ao e mea kupo e me kamana o mahana.
Mahalo. Okay, and then also in the chamber with us, Council Chair Alice Lee. Aloha. Mike. Yes, and Mike. You gotta turn on your mic. Oh, okay. We have our committee staff, Lorianne Tengan, Committee Secretary, Casey Apo Takayama, Senior Legislative Analyst, Kirsten Sabo, Legislative Analyst, Megan Moniz, Legislative Attorney, and Leigh Deneen, Assistant Clerk. We have 2 items on today's agenda, transitioning Kalawao County to Maui County and Department of OEV Resources updates. Since we have 2 items with presentations today, we'll jump straight into the first presentation before receiving testimony. So after receiving testimony, we'll invite folks to provide their testimony. Okay. Members, via Resolution 21-190, the Council approved for inclusion in the 2022 Maui County Council Legislative Package, a state bill to incorporate Kalaupapa Settlement into Maui County. The purpose of today's meeting is to acquaint or reacquaint everyone with the background of Kalawao County and to begin the discussion of its future. As noted in Resolution 21-190, in 1865, the Kingdom of Hawaii passed an act to prevent the spread of leprosy and designated Kalaupapa on the island of Molokai as a place where those with leprosy or Hansen's disease would reside. In 1905, the territorial legislature passed the County Act, forming county governance, Maui County included, and placing Kalawao County under the jurisdiction of the Department of Health, with the Director of Health serving as the Mayor of Kalawao County. At its peak, about 1,200 men, women, and children were in exile at Kalaupapa, but today there are about 8 remaining patients at Kalaupapa. The significant reduction in the number of patients no longer necessitates the governance of the Department of Health. Okay, so I'm going to share screen. So I'm going to do just a brief presentation. And with us for this item, oh, I guess I should do that first. I should designate. Oh, we don't do that anymore. No, we do. Okay. Shoot, that is not. I don't think that's in my notes. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Joining us for this item today are Dr. Diana Felton and Nancy McPherson. Dr. Diana Felton is the chief of State of Hawaii Department of Health's Communicable Disease and Public Health Nursing Division, including the Hansen's Disease Branch. Nancy McPherson is a planner and community liaison for the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's Planning Office. In these capacities, they have been meeting regularly, including with other governmental agencies when the opportunities arise, like today, to discuss future governmental responsibilities at Kalaupapa, operational responsibilities, and the transitioning of Department of Health duties and functions to the National Park Service per their cooperative agreement. We also have with us the Mayor's Director of Public Affairs, Mahina Martin, and Managing Director, Josiah Nishita, both with us in the chamber, and I'll invite them down to the desk at this time. And then Fire Chief Brad Ventura. And we also requested a representative from the police department, but we weren't able to confirm someone from the police department. If there are no objections, I would like to designate Dr. Diana Felton, Nancy McPherson, and the administration personnel identified as resource persons in accordance with Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council. Mahalo, members. No objections. Okay, so from here, I will first do a quick presentation overview, and then I will invite Dr. Diana Felton to provide her presentation, followed by opening remarks from Ms. McPherson, and then Ms. Martin, Managing Director Nishita, Chief Ventura, and then we will open for public testimony. Okay. Oops. Uh-oh.
What's up, Jenny? For what?
I have Jen.
I'm on this council meeting for,
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, let's try again. I think it's freezing when I share screen. Yeah. Okay, so sorry. It's freezing when I share screen. So I'm gonna have Steph share screen for me, please. Okay, so we have okay, all right. Okay, next slide. So Kalawao County, and for those not familiar, this is the section of Molokai that is under Kalawao County. Okay, next section. So it includes the Makanalua Peninsula as well as Waikolu Valley. Oh, okay. The different agencies that have kuleana in Kalawao County are Department of Health, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Department of Land and Natural Resources, Department of Transportation, all state departments, National Park Service, and County of Maui. Here you'll see who stewards the area of Kalawao County. The west portion is under DHHL, and then the remaining portion of the Makanalua Peninsula into Waikolu Valley is under DLNR, and they're in partnership with Nature Conservancy in stewarding that area. And then you see that where the airports are is under Department of Transportation, and then NPS has a lease agreement with DHHL to manage the settlement area, as well as, I believe, the lighthouse area. And Dr. Felton can correct anywhere I misspoke. Okay, next slide. Okay, and then other interested groups, current patients, families, and descendants of current and former patients, descendants of Native Hawaiians who lived on the peninsula prior to becoming an isolated colony for Hansen's disease, Department of Health and NPS employees living and working in Kalaupapa, Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, DHHL beneficiaries, residents of the island of Molokai, ecclesiastic organizations, UH and other institutions, Molokai Plant Extinction Prevention Program, religious pilgrims, and people with a strong interest in history and justice, public health, or other related topics. And all of this is available on the Department of Health's website that they created for those interested in what is going on with Kalawao County. Okay, next slide. Here's a resolution that we passed unanimously in 2021 to incorporate Kalaupapa into Maui County. Next slide. And then the following year, we proposed a charter amendment, and it was adopted or ratified by the electorate to change what used to say, except that portion of the island of Molokai known as Kalaupapa, Kalawao, or transition of Kalawao County into Maui County. And that concludes my presentation. Mahalo. Okay, and then aloha, Dr. Felton. Mahalo for being with us this morning. I will invite you to provide your presentation at this time.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. Just a real quick check that you can see my screen with the wave and a little intro. Yeah, perfect. Great. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks to the council members for having me. As mentioned, my name is Diana Felton. I'm the administrator of the Department of Health's Communicable Disease and Public Health Nursing Division, and that includes our Hansen's Disease branch. I'm really happy to be here today to share information with you about proposed legislation related to Kalaupapa that may impact Maui County. And I'm going to go through a lot of information in a short period of time, so please bear with me, but hopefully we can share with you some of the background and the details of this legislation. So similar popular map as the councilwoman showed, shows sort of what is considered the land ownership in Kalawao County. The green line around the edges is the county borders, and it's important to note that that is coterminous with the borders of the Kalaupapa National Historical Park. So you can see that the land is split between DHHL and DLNR for the most part. The federal government does actually owns these 23 acres near the lighthouse, but both DLNR and DHHL have agreements with the National Park Service to steward the land throughout Kalawao County. So this is a timeline, and I apologize for the busy slide, but it sort of shows the timeline of key developments in the management of this area involving sort of health agencies, starting in, with the Republic of Hawaii and the isolation order that was signed, signed in 1865, and then, of course, 1866, where the first patients arrived, and going through territorial times and then into statehood. And I always sort of have to remind myself that it wasn't until 1969 that the legislature repealed the law requiring segregation of people with Hansen's disease. So, by that time, curative treatment for Hansen's disease was readily available, and patients were allowed to leave Kalaupapa. And at roughly the same time, the Hawaii legislature codified into law that people who were segregated to Kalaupapa were allowed to remain there for as long as they chose, and that their care and treatment would be overseen and managed by the Department of Health. And then in 1980, at the request of the patients, Kalaupapa was designated a National Historical Park with the goal of preservation of the historical, cultural, and natural resources of this sacred place. This QR code leads to our website. It's kind of written small there. I'll have at the end another link to share. So this is sort of an overview of just a aerial view, and as you saw from the timeline, the lead health organization of whether it was the kingdom, the republic, or the U.S. territory, and then the state had been directly involved with Kalaupapa for over 150 years now. And the aerial view of the peninsula also shows that the first people with Hansen's disease settled on the eastern side of the peninsula at Kalawao. And years later, with the help of Father Damien and many others, the community elected to move to the western side of the peninsula where the weather was better. And that's the area we now call Kalaupapa Settlement. So the role for the health boards and the departments of health at Kalaupapa can be described with 3 action words: isolate, treat, and care. Isolation basically meant individuals were judged to be a danger to public health and really was a form of imprisonment. Treatment of Hansen's disease, there were many different treatments that initially were towards the symptoms and complications, but then ultimately were curative, as the antibiotics that treat Hansen's disease were developed in the middle part of the 1900s. And then care refers not only to medical care, but to all other forms of care required to support people in a community. So we no longer isolate individuals. We don't send anyone to Kalaupapa when they're diagnosed with Hansen's disease. We no longer provide treatment for Hansen's disease at Kalaupapa. Treatment for any new cases of Hansen's disease is now provided in the community where individuals live by our Hansen's disease branch community program. And since those 2 roles have gone away, that leaves us today with the focused role at Kalaupapa of providing care to the remaining patients. This slide gives a quick overview of DOH's current role at Kalaupapa. There are 7 patients on the Kalaupapa registry. They range in age from almost 84 to almost 101. It's quite a significant annual budget to maintain staff and care. And then we have 33 positions at Kalaupapa, that of which 12 are sort of direct patient care, including our running the care home there, as well as the additional being related to administration, feeding the patients, housekeeping, janitorial, and construction and maintenance. Of our patients, some live in their own homes at Kalaupapa, some live full-time in the Kalaupapa care home, and some live full-time at Halemohalo care home here on Oahu. Halemohalo Care Home is also considered a home away from home for our patients when they visit Oahu from Kalaupapa, which they do frequently for medical care, social visits, etc. And we do have 1 patient that lives independently here on Oahu. So on this slide, we want to give you a sense of some of the functions that are occurring at Kalaupapa and some that have already transitioned from the Department of Health to MPS, some that are currently fulfilled by DOH, those are the ones in green, and the tasks that are currently shared right now between the Department of Health and the National Park Service. In brown are the ones that we've already transferred to National Park Service. And this really began with the onset of the national park in 1980. We've been slowly transferring responsibilities to the National Park Service. But it is a lot. It's a lot of both personnel needed and expertise and, of course, funding. The two boxes at the bottom includes functions that we foresee at DOH as what we intend to be involved with beyond patient care. So when there's, after the passing of the last patient, when there's no longer patients at Kalaupapa, we expect to slowly close down our patient care activities, but we will remain with multiple environmental remediation projects and environmental monitoring and compliance. So we regularly ask for capital improvement project money from the legislature and have a number of capital improvement projects ongoing and also plan for the future, including closing the former landfills, identification and closure of cesspools, removing the underground storage tanks of gas, removing abandoned vehicles, and so on. So this slide gives a sense of the kinds of operational tasks that we've been addressing in our ongoing talks with National Park Service, DLNR, and DHHL about future roles and responsibility. And these conversations really began when the park formed in 1980 and have sort of increased in frequency as the total number of patients decline. And if you'd like more details about the kinds of tasks we've been working on together, the Kalaupapa Updates website at the QR code below has a lot more detail of the tasks. And we really use this website to provide the public with ongoing updates of our efforts. And there's also copies of relevant laws, agreements, the National Park Service General Management Plan, the lease with DHHL and MPS, and sort of all the documents related. And we really appreciate all the partners who've been helping us to best manage the day-to-day needs at Kalaupapa and also to help us plan for the day when DOH will no longer have a daily role there. So now moving on to the proposed legislation and the statute. The proposed legislation primarily is around amending HRS 326 and because much of it will not be relevant after there are no longer patients at Kalaupapa. So I'm just going to read this very first section of Chapter 326, and it calls for the establishment of facilities for the treatment and care of persons with Hansen's disease. The Department of Health, subject to the approval of the governor, shall establish and maintain facilities and services as are necessary for the care and treatment of persons with Hansen's disease and persons who were institutionalized for segregation by order of the Department of Health because of Hansen's disease. Of course, the statute is much longer, and I apologize for this being so long, but this slide really shows all the sections of 326, many of which are associated with the department's role at Kalaupapa. And much of this will no longer be relevant when there are no longer patients present. And just want to draw your attention to 32640 that states it's the policy of the state that the patient residents of Kalaupapa shall be accorded adequate health care and other services for the remainder of their lives. Furthermore, it is the policy of the state that any patient resident of Kalaupapa desiring to remain at the facility shall be permitted to do so for as long as that patient may choose, regardless of whether or not that patient has been successfully treated. So that is the sort of the language that continues our patient care role at Kalaupapa and continues the need for operational activities there for the Department of Health until there are no longer patients that would like to be there. So this legislation, which at this point I believe is just now SB 1432. There was also introduced HB 1113, but that was triple referred and did not get a hearing in time, I believe, to continue. So I think at this point it's just SB 1432, and it was drafted by the Department of Health with input from the involved state and federal agencies, state legislators, the Maui County's mayor's office, the council rep for Molokai, patients, other members of the Kalaupapa community, and people with an interest in Kalaupapa. It was introduced in the governor's package, and the first hearing for SB 1432 is actually later today at 3 p.m. in the Health and Human Services Committee in the Senate. And the idea behind this is that we understand that at some point the Department of Health will no longer be involved at Kalaupapa on a day-to-day basis. And this proposed legislation is really our preliminary suggestion of amendments to the statute that we think would best fit the needs. We haven't figured every last detail out, but we've been trying to share the proposed legislation widely prior to introduction with, many different outlets, and we really, designed this as a starting point to allow for public participation and shaping via the legislative process. So some of the key points about the legislation, it goes into effect 1 year after the passing of the last patient. So the exact timeline is, of course, unknown. It repeals components of HRS 326 that pertain to DOH's patient care responsibilities. Of big importance to this group, I'm sure, is that it does add Kalawa County to Maui County. And it creates a state historical area of the same geographic distribution as Kalawa County. And one of the purposes of that would be to have the same borders as the National Historical Park and the current Kalawa County, to give some definition to the location and a way to easily identify the area. And I'll describe why we think that is important in the next slide. So there's a lot of questions, of course, about what this would look like if Kalawa County came to Maui County. And these are just some of the questions that we've thought about from the Department of Health end, but obviously I'm sure there will be many more. And one of the questions, right, is should the area be exempted from many county requirements as it is now? So, right now, HRS 326 really clearly limits our county powers. And we sort of tease our director because while he is technically the mayor of Kalawa County, it doesn't really come with a lot of mayoral authorities. And basically what the statute says, it's 32634, says that as a county, Kalawa County shall have only the powers especially conferred and given by sections 32634 to 38. And except as provided in those sections, none of the provisions of the Hawaii Revised Statements regarding counties shall be deemed to refer to or be applicable to the county of Kalawa. So in that setting, there are a lot of things at Kalawa County that other counties would be responsible for that are not currently needed to occur at Kalawa County. And things like taxation and zoning and permitting. And so the question is, does that need to be exempted from this area in the future? And there are 76 statutes in the Hawaii Revised Statute that state except for Kalawa County. So one of the thoughts of the benefits of creating the state historical area designation could be that the language could be fairly easily changed to except for Kalaupapa State Historical Area or something along those lines that would allow for easy exemption to some county requirements if it was determined that that was useful and lawful. So the next two questions I think are really quite complicated. So DOH intends to continue transferring its operational responsibilities to the National Park Service. And currently we have a mutual aid agreement with Maui County for support for police and fire, which we'll be hearing more about. And that would likely need to continue. But the other, moving beyond that, what responsibilities would the county would have, I think really is still a sort of question for negotiation and debate. And then the cost question, of course, depends on what responsibilities the county takes on. If none of the county functions are exempted, as they are now, that would probably require personnel in Kalaupapa and significant costs. But if NPS, if the National Park Service is essentially responsible for most or all operations, the cost may not actually be that high for the county. But future activities on the peninsula may change that equation, and that really depends on future land use decisions by DHHL and DLNR and the National Park Service. So the current cost for DOH to manage our portion that we do now at Kalawao County is very high, but much of that is to sustain the patients and the patient care. So some of that money is state general funds, and the question is, could some of that money, when no longer needed by DOH, be a potential funding source to support Maui County absorbing Kalawao County? Those are just some of the thoughts that we've thought about. Like I said, I'm sure there are plenty more factors to include, and that really, as I mentioned, is sort of the driving purpose of this legislation, is to get these conversations going and get people thinking about how to best consider the different roles at Kalaupapa after DOH is no longer doing patient care there. So that is the end. My email is here if anyone wants to email me questions, and our website also has a lot of additional information. We try and keep it updated as new activities occur. So thank you for having me.
Mahalo, Dr. Felton. That was a really good presentation. It covered a lot. And mahalo to your department for getting the conversation going. As a starting point with the bill, that's why the position that I've taken as our Molokai Council member is to defer action this session, and then that way we can continue to have discussions so that all the questions that we have are answered before we pass this legislation. So mahalo for covering those. And e kalamai to the committee. I did invite Ms. Nancy Holman from National Park Service, and she was planning to join us, but she had to cancel. So we're going to continue having conversations before any action is taken. So as Dr. Felton explained, like the state and federal kuleana would remain. Department of Health's kuleana is specific to patients, so that would likely change, and then Maui County's kuleana could likely change. And so I've invited, and then we also have a representative from the police department, Assistant Chief Greg Okamoto has joined us. And I'll invite him to provide opening remarks at the end. Now I'll invite Nancy McPherson from DHHL to provide opening remarks.
Mahalo. Aloha kako. Mahalo for inviting us to present or make comments. And I actually just realized I do have a very short PowerPoint, similar to what the Department of Health shared as far as what we shared at the Molokai community meeting not long ago. Would it be all right if I went ahead and went through that very quickly?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, we can see it.
Am I in presentation mode yet?
Not yet.
How about this?
Yes, there you go.
Okay. Okay, again, mahalo. Thanks to the Commitee for allowing us to present DHHL's perspective on the transition and the planning that we've been doing with our beneficiaries. So we have been doing consultation for a number of years. We have been presenting to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Beneficiaries have expressed a greater degree of involvement, desire for more input into management of Kalaupapa as well as long-term planning. And so we did initiate a Kalaupapa beneficiary working group engagement process. We have been participating with other agencies in the transition planning effort since 2015. And we are all pretty clear. It's taken a while, but we are pretty clear on what everyone's kuleana is, although it is, again, a process of transition, and some of these kuleana may change over time. So our planning process, so just to really make clear, it's been established legally that the Hawaiian Homes Commission has exclusive land use and zoning authority for Hawaiian homelands. The way we do that is that we do island plans. The Molokai Island Plan needs to be updated. We are actually initiating that update this year. We're still in procurement, but we will be doing extensive beneficiary consultation as part of that process. We also are planning for Pala'au, Apana 3, which is under license to deal in ours as state park. That's up at the top. And we have designated with beneficiary consultation the lands under our kuleana as special district, which requires additional planning. Community use, which provide, and they're small, there's a little piece here and a little piece up there, that is for use by beneficiaries, and conservation, which is mostly the poly, and commercial is up in Pala'au. And so we're actually really looking forward to working with beneficiaries to offer potentially a cultural center, commercial center, that sort of thing in the state park. So what happened next was that the National Park Service wanted to prepare a general management plan, and instead of doing a special area plan, which is often what we do for special district areas, we made the choice to conduct beneficiary consultation in, in collaboration or at the same time as the National Park Service's outreach for the general management plan. And that happened we consulted in 2011, 2015, and we had multiple meetings. We had meetings in Kalaupapa, we had meetings topside Molokai, during the day, in the evening. We did a lot of outreach. We did 2 rounds of beneficiary consultation. So we have now segued, we have links, I believe, to our documents also on the Department of Health's website, which Dr. Felton shared with you all. So the input from beneficiaries was transmitted to the National Park Service, some of which was incorporated into the general management plan. And so at this stage, we don't see a conflict between what the general management plan proposes and what DHHL has already in the Molokai Island plan. But like I said, we're going to be updating that in the near future. So these are sort of all the processes that I just outlined. There were some challenges with the general management plan process. Again, that was related to changes of administration. Now we're kind of, we seem to be in Groundhog Day a little bit here. So a lot of things are up in the air, but, our intent is to continue to engage with beneficiaries to make sure that we address their concerns and incorporate their desires. So the Hawaiian Homes Commission actually approved criteria for participation in the beneficiary working group. We are looking at doing community meetings starting this summer. We have also been meeting with beneficiaries who live and work in Kalaupapa. And what we're really going to be trying to do is sort of bridge the gap. And this has been recommended by members of the beneficiary working group to get the folks that live in Kalaupapa and the folks that live topside talking to each other more and kind of trying to have some reuniting of groups, because everyone really loves Kalaupapa and cares about it and wants to make sure that things are handled properly. And I think that's it. And then the other thing I wanted to share was that we have prepared testimony that we have submitted to the committee that's meeting this afternoon. And so if you would like, I can go ahead and share screen for that as well. And if you'd like, I can read through that.
Sure, please proceed.
Okay, let me make sure I have the right one here. Well, I think this will work. Okay. So that was submitted by the deadline yesterday. And frankly, we didn't understand this bill yesterday like I understand it today after Dr. Felton shared the actual purpose and intent of the creation of the state historic area. So we may amend these comments. So basically we're saying we have a neutral position. Our main concern is, again, to stipulate that the Hawaiian Homes Commission has exclusive land use and zoning authority for Hawaiian homelands, and any land designation changes that may affect Hawaiian homelands are subject to Hawaiian Homes Commission approval and beneficiary consultation, which has not happened yet. We agree with the intent of preserving the historical importance of the Kalaupapa settlement, but we actually need more time to determine if there are any jurisdictional implications, if the DHHL, the status of the land as DHHL and under the jurisdiction of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is not clearly delineated. So that's kind of where we are right now. Yes.
There's an alarm going off in the chamber right now.
Oh, no.
So we're gonna call a quick recess, and if you could just hold those thoughts.
All right.
It's 9:53 a.m. and the committee, or Komike Aloha Aina, will be in recess for the next 5 minutes. So 15. What? 58. 9:58. Will the Commitee Aloha Aina please reconvene? It is 10:44 a.m. on Thursday, February 6th. E kalamai for that interruption. We had to evacuate the county building. Not to be alarmed too much, it seemed to have just been smoke from the microwave. So everyone is safe, no casualties. All right, so we left off hearing from Ms. McPherson from DHHL, and then we'll pick up next with Mahina Martin from the mayor's office. Ms. Martin.
So, mahalo, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for meeting on this important issue. Mayor Bisson shares the desire of many to ensure that the history of Kalaupapa, its reverence, dignity of the place are honored now and into the future. So for several months, the mayor's office has engaged with different state agencies led by the Department of Health just to discuss and get a bearing on what the current status is for Kalaupapa and current conditions in terms of operations and oversight. The path ahead for transition would require extensive community engagement and the involvement of key groups that have been part of the many discussions over Kalaupapa, including the decades of work from the leadership of Kauhana o Kalaupapa. So we share in that interest of working with the community and the different interests, you know, with, I believe, 4 different state jurisdictions and the National Park Service. So many entities have their own beneficiaries, their own particular needs that must be met. But for the administration's view, all of those community engagement points will need to be met. The state hosted a community meeting in October of last year. They're on top side of Molokai at Kaunakakai, as you know, Chair, and that meeting underscored the need for continuous community engagement and strengthening those discussions with all involved and all with a particular interest. Managing Director Nishida is here today to help address the operational side and the needs assessments that will come before us as we discuss the transition going forward for Kalaupapa and for the transition from the county of Kalawao into the county of Maui. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Ms. Martin. Next, we have Managing Director Nishida.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think Mahina did a great job with opening comments and kind of explaining the county's position, the mayor's overall direction in relation to this. I think the only things I would add is just on the, operational side, we just want to make sure we understand, clear delineation and understanding between all the parties as to, responsibilities for the area. We want to be able to understand operational impact, any fiscal impact, state assistance or federal assistance that may be provided as a part of this transition. I think Dr. Felton did a good job to kind of outlining, I think, some of the, questions and or concerns we would have, just to make sure that any type of transition, and especially with this such a heavy responsibility to our community and to this place, we want to make sure that we make sure to do it justice. So I think, Chair, that would be it for my opening comments. I would just ask, I guess, the different parties who are part of this as well, if it's possible to also provide a itemized breakdown of the actual costs incurred in the operation and care stewardship of this place. So as we continue to talk about responsibilities and jurisdiction and whatnot, we can have a clearer idea as to the overall impact to the county. Thank you.
Mahalo, Managing Director. Okay, and then at this time, I'll recognize Committee Member Yukile Sugimura.
Good morning. Apologize for my tardiness and looking forward to learning more. Thank you.
Mahalo. Okay, next we had listed fire department for opening remarks, but I'm not sure if they might be busy. Chief Ventura? Okay, we'll go to police and then we'll see if anyone from the fire department can provide remarks. Assistant Chief Okamoto. Okay. Oh, no, that's Vicky. Okay, all right. We'll try to connect with representatives from the departments of police and fire, but we'll just move on to testimony. Okay. Testifiers wanting to provide testimony should sign up in the chamber lobby, join the online meeting via the tiny URL link to connect to the Zoom meeting, or call into the phone number and enter the meeting code noted on today's agenda. Written testimony can be submitted via e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas. For individuals wishing to testify via Zoom, please use the raise hand function by clicking on the raise your hand button at the bottom of the bar. Staff will ask you to enable your microphone and video prior to your turn to testify. You can unmute yourself when you are called upon by clicking on the microphone and camera button at the lower left portion of the screen. For those calling in, please follow the prompts via phone. Press *9 to raise your hand, and when it's your turn to testify, press *6 to unmute. Staff will add names to the testifier list in order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those on Zoom, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. I will call on the name when you're logged in under, or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it's your turn to testify. If you wish to testify anonymously, please notify staff. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes. Staff has been monitoring the individuals joining today's meeting by phone and by video, and we will do our best to take each person up in an orderly fashion. I'll now call on our testifiers, starting with Valerie Monson, followed by DeGray Vanderbilt.
Aloha,
Aloha.
Aloha, Council Chairwoman Rollins Fernandez, Vice Chairwoman Paulton, and members of the committee. Thank you for giving the public the opportunity to learn more about plans for the future of Kalaupapa. Even though government officials have been meeting for many years about this important transition, the public has no real knowledge of what is being discussed. My name is Valerie Monson, Executive Director of Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, a 501c3 nonprofit organization created by the residents of Kalaupapa in 2003. Ka'ohana was the vision of Bernard Punikaya, who was taken from his mother when he was just 6.5 years old and sent to Kalaupapa a few years later in 1942. Bernard went on to become one of the great leaders of Kalaupapa. As he saw the population of Kalaupapa getting smaller and the community growing older, Bernard felt it was critical to bring together family members, descendants, and friends of Kalaupapa to make sure the voices of the residents were always heard in directing the future and how Kalaupapa would be remembered. Those of us with the Ohana, those who had family at Kalaupapa or who have been friends of the residents for many years, have a great deal of expertise and experiences that would help the transition team plan a better future. People on Upper Molokai also have a wealth of knowledge and must be involved in planning the future of a significant part of their island. Because 1,300 acres of the Kalaupapa Peninsula are designated as Hawaiian homelands, beneficiaries might also request to be included. Many people will be affected by the future of Kalaupapa. There are times when we hear the transition team is still in the early stages of planning the future, but we also hear that the decision has already been made, that the National Park Service will have full jurisdiction at Kalaupapa, and that the federal government will have complete control of one of Hawaii's most sacred places. A bill being heard in the legislature this afternoon proposes that Maui County assume jurisdiction of Kalaupapa. Now we're hearing that a Kalaupapa State Historical Area will be created. What is true? We just don't know. If you read the information in the yellow packet that was delivered to each of you by Ka'ohana earlier this week, you will see all the community outreach work that Ka'ohana o Kalapapa has been doing for 22 years. Our organization has helped nearly 1,000 descendants learn about or learn more about their ancestors. No one was reaching out to families and descendants until our Ohana. We have created 2 traveling exhibits that have been to every island and are currently on display, one at Iolani Palace and the other at the Molokai Museum and Cultural Center. And we have developed a host of other educational and community outreach programs. We have been presented with 7 preservation awards by Historic Hawaii Foundation. May I continue?
30 more seconds to wrap up.
And yet we have been left out of the planning process. In the future, who will have the final decision? Kalapapa National Historical Park, Maui County, or the lead agency of the Kalapapa State Historical Area? What will be the role of the state of Hawaii? Will there be independent oversight of these agencies at Kalapapa by knowledgeable community members to keep the public involved? We hope this committee will send its concerns and questions to the legislature. If the bill continues, we ask this committee and the council to recommend to the legislature that Ka'ohana o Kalapapa and a community group on Upper Molokai be added immediately to the Kalapapa transition team. Mahalo.
Members, question for Ms. Munson. Chair Lee, followed by Member Sugimura.
Good morning, Val. Thank you for your testimony. Could you share who else is involved with your nonprofit? And have you tried to work or contact the DOH to see if they would be open to more community participation?
We have asked to be part of the transition team for a number of years and have been told that they're not ready, that we are just part of the public, and that when it's ready for community engagement and public participation, we'll be part of that. But yeah, we are in contact with them.
Other people in the Molokai community that are involved?
Yes.
With your nonprofit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo, Chair Lee. Committee Member Sugimura.
Good morning, Val.
Morning.
Thank you very much for, I think, these booklets that you provided for all 9 council members. I'm not too sure who else, but thank you. Very well done and put together with historical knowledge and
thank you.
Different things. So what is the time schedule that you think that this transition must happen by?
Well, we don't know. You know, it's a year after the last resident dies when the Department of Health leaves, which is a time we don't like to think about, but that's when this plan will take effect. You know, I think people underestimate the Kalapapa residents, you know, how long they're going to live. I think I have old articles from back in the 70s that say Kalapapa has 5 more years. And, you know, there's a man there now who's going to be 101 in April. People they take care of themselves, and so we really don't know. But it will be in the future. I mean, there's now 7 who have the right to live there, 4 who are living there today.
And if it gets turned over, right now the National Park has a Department of Health. I remember there's even a mayor for Kalapapa from that entity, or the director is, what do you envision this to be like, and what do you think would be the best for the history and the people of Kalapapa?
Well, I mean, I think we need to have more discussions. You know, you guys know I'm a reporter for many years, and, you know, you just listen to different ideas from different people before you come up with your own recommendation. Our board, you know, one of the things that we've talked about is if the Park Service is there alone, we feel that there needs to be oversight. You know, there needs to be a community organization, you know, to provide oversight. And we like to use the term with teeth. I mean, they need to be listened to. They need to have their recommendations followed. So that would be, I think, one of our recommendations. But we just have to see how this is going to play out. Now, you know, we're hearing about of course, that it's going to become part of Maui County, but also about this historical area, which we don't know anything about. And so I think there's just still a lot of questions before we figure it out. But our ohana needs to be considered part of this. We have kuleana there as well. And, I'd be happy to give a presentation for you guys in the future about, what we have done, because it's really pretty amazing. We're just a group of people who work from our heart. We're on a shoestring budget, and the work we've done is pretty amazing. I'm really proud of our ohana.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Member Sugimura. Seeing no other questions, well, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Munson.
Mahalo.
And I'd love to invite you to present at a future meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh,
I have a
I'm sorry. There is another question. Member Paulton has a committee vice chair. Paulton, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify if you had any speculation as to the reason why Ka'ohana Kalaupapa is not a stakeholder that is present at the decisions being made.
I would ask them. I'm not going to speculate.
So you don't know why they're icing you guys out?
Well, yeah. We have a reputation for speaking up. So, and that's part of our role. We're supposed to be, that's why the residents wanted to create our organization. So we would advocate for them. So we would, serve as a kind of watchdog. So,
And
I honestly don't know. I don't want to,
Anybody can join the organization, or is it specific?
No, anybody can join. Go to our website, and there's a way for you to send an email to join, and you'll be part of us.
So you guys are a membership organization?
We're not a membership organization. You're just part of us. You're always members. We don't have regular annual dues or anything like that. You're just part of us.
Oh, okay. And is it mostly the members are on Molokai on the top side?
Actually, they're from all over. From across the islands, from across the continent. We have people from Europe. There's just a lot of different people who are involved. A lot of descendants, and a lot of people who have had connections to Kalaupapa in different ways. And then, of course, some people who just have an interest in the history.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, mahalo.
Mahalo, Committee Vice Chair. Okay, and because Member Sugimura, you weren't here earlier, we went through presentations to that answered some of the questions that you just asked. And this is just a first meeting for the benefit of the council and, for the public. And at a meeting last year, I volunteered to help to facilitate community meetings. So we'll be having discussion, and Department of Health and other state departments, as well as National Park Service, was willing to engage in those meetings. So we will have more meetings. Okay. Next on the testifier list is DeGray Vanderbilt, followed by Lori Buchanan.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please proceed.
Yes, I'm over in Honolulu and going to be testifying before the Senate at 3 o'clock. And we've sent in testimony with an amendment, which is basically to clarify that Ka'ohana is one of 6 agencies that are operating at Kalaupapa by statute, government statute. 2 are by federal statute, and that's National Parks and Ka'ohana. And the others are DHHL, DLNR, DOH, and DOT, which are by state statute. So, Councilmember Paulton, I think that kind of makes you wonder why, if we're one of the 6 people authorized by government statute to operate at Kalapapa that we're not included on the transition team. It makes us scratch our head because we really think it would help, because all of the leaders of the people making the decisions for the future of Kalapapa right now, the leaders, Kali Watson, Don Chang of DLNR, Dr. Fink, they're all new. And it would be good to have Ka'ohana, a topside organization there, to add some institutional knowledge, which would help focus the information and have more effective and constructive discussions. So anyway, it's just another meeting, and it sounds like there's going to be more meetings and more meetings. We've been at this for 20 years. President Obama signed the Kalapapa Memorial Act in 2009, directing the Secretary of Interior to authorize Ka'ohana Kalapapa to establish the memorial. 2009 till now, the bureaucracy has been amazing that we've had to deal with, but we've moved on. And we've gotten $5 million from the state for construction, and that is, we haven't seen a dime for it. That was legislated to us in the 2022 session, and so anyway, there's just a lot of bureaucracy, and hopefully things can become more transparent, because up to now, the whole transition process has been deceptive rather than transparent. So thank you very much.
Mahalo, Mr. Vanderbilt. Any questions for Mr. Vanderbilt? Committee Vice Chair Bolton.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Vanderbilt. I was wondering if you can clarify the deceptions.
Well, there's so many of them, I just don't know. I mean, we've, for one, last year, we were talking about this transition process, hiring a facilitator to have community engagement meetings. There were none held. They raised money for a facilitator. I don't know what the status of that is now. But one of the things is that DLNR, DHHL, and DOH had signed an agreement, or not, had signed a letter to Senator Dela Cruz, and it basically laid out that they have a draft transition plan, and an information sent out to just recently by DOH. It says that things are going to be transitioned to NPS, and also Diana Felton sent out, I think, an email. I didn't get it. Somebody sent it to me. Saying that the state agencies need to get together to coordinate their message to the state on Senate Bill 1432. And it's just all this stuff. And when Don Chang came on, I was kind of hopeful. And even at last year's meeting before Representative Poi Poi's Water and Land Committee, she said there's been, no, I think this might have been even at the October 5th meeting, there's been a lot of deception, there's a lot of mistrust, and we've got to make things more transparent. So hopefully they will be more transparent, because they haven't been up to date. And this is just too important part of the state's history to allow it to just be groveling around in this bureaucracy. So anyway, I hope that answers your question.
Thanks for clarifying.
Mahalo, Committee Vice Chair Bolton. Okay, seeing no other hands for questions, well, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Vanderbilt. Next to
Thank you.
testify is Lori Buchanan, followed by Kyomailani Hanapi Hirata. Ms. Buchanan, you'll have to unmute.
Okay, sorry. Aloha. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My honorable county council members and committee chair Keani, the best council in the entire world, in the whole state of Hawaii. I love you guys the most. And I'm going to take my 3 minutes on this subject. The subject that is the most dear to my heart. There is no subject in my life more dear to my heart than Kalapapa. And my council members have always got our back. I've been through multiple chairs of DLNR, multiple superintendents of the Park Service in Kalapapa, multiple mayors. One thing is constant, is my county council members. They're the closest to our people. They love our people. They take care of our people, our fire, our police, our public works. I have so much trouble since 1980s. I have been advocating for Kalapapa. And through it all, I've met arrogance, oppressive people, people in leadership who have been dismissive. And one thing with my county council, I have never lied. I have never been erroneous in any information I ever brought to this council because I know you guys have our back. And I love all of you, even with all the differences. This council has always worked collaboratively through everything, all the ups and downs. In my life, I have 5 bucket lists. Kalapapa is up there, number 1. I can tell you history all the way back to the 80s of the advocacy that we have put in, the countless hours of talking to the federal government, to state government. I'm in full support. Department of Health. I support everything that the testimony that Val Monson put through. I can validate that what she says is true. Member Paulton asked, "Oh, how come they're icing you out?" Well, we all see this all the time. When people who have strong opinions or feelings get iced out in what we feel we have expertise in. And I appreciate the question too from Yukile about what is your vision. So I want to say this, Kalapapa is one huge repository of iwi kupuna. And that's just the graves that we know of. That's not the unmarked grave. So every time you put in one line or whatever, 3 minutes, okay, 15 seconds. So it's obvious that we have to treat it as such. You don't see development happening in Arlington Cemetery. So I have a lot to say about this. I feel so strongly, but I know County Council, you guys have us. Thank you for taking care of me and my family, my ohana. Thank you for taking care of Molokai, and I love you guys. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. Buchanan. Members, any questions for Ms. Buchanan? Charlie.
Aloha, Auntie Lori. Thank you.
Aloha, Charlie.
Thank you for your testimony. Did you have any more, few points you wanted to conclude with?
I know that there's a bill in the state, and I heard what the Department of Health said on the state historical. as far as I'm concerned, exemptions in this case are never good. I have personal experience through the years of trying to fight to block many bad decisions occurring in Kalapapa. I will give you 2 examples. If there was no intervention, we would have 3 radio towers next to the iconic lighthouse at Kalapapa. Very big. I fought that very hard with the Department of Transportation when they did their improvements to the runway. The Park Service said that they had no authority or to do anything, and they have no, like we have special management areas. There is no authority in Kalapapa. There's only the state office of planning. So there's big pukas like that. There's no oversight. When they wanted to dredge the harbor, to bring in a larger barge because Young Brothers couldn't, the answer was to dredge the harbor. And how stupid is that, to dredge a pristine marine area? So stuff like that, where we have to be very careful. And I love Maui County in all its hardships and all the rules and the regulations that we have, but they're put in there to provide oversight. Some people see that as bureaucracy, but it gives me a seat at the table. Right now, we have no seat at the table. Ka'ohana has no seat at the table. The people who have been advocating the longest and the hardest because they love it the most. We cannot talk about Kalapapa without crying. Never. So thank you for that question, Shirley. I appreciate it.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Mahalo, Charlie. Seeing no other questions. We love you too, Auntie Laurie. Mahalo for your testimony.
Love you guys.
Next to testify is Kiomailani Hanapi Hirata, followed by Walter Riddy.
Aloha, Auntie Laurie made me cry. When she speaks from someplace really deep. And sometimes we always have to go deep because that's where humility is. And so I really appreciate Auntie Laurie starting off with that, you know. Anyway, aloha everyone. My name is Kiomailani Hanapi Hirata. I'm so fortunate enough to be testifying during my lunch break. Super awesome. No matter who you are, if you have Hawaiian blood running through your veins, your ancestors are buried in Kalaupapa. No matter where you live in this world right now, if you are Kanaka Maoli, you have kupuna who are buried there. That's just the reality of our history. I spent a lot of time in Kalaupapa. The last time I was there was doing Thanksgiving weekend this past November. And it's always a place where I go to listen to understand. Do a lot of aloha aina work and clean the churches. I was fortunate enough to take my youngest daughter with me in November, and she helped to clean the churches. And at the end, she started to cry, and she told me, is this going to be our responsibility to take care of a place that is so special? And I told her, yes. And she asked a hard question. Why isn't Kalaupapa part of Maui County? It's part of our island. And I smiled at her, and I smiled to her and I told her, you know something, Kaeanawai? Kalaupapa will always be part of Molokai. It is part of our island. We have to make sure that government and everyone else realizes that we do not see it as a separate entity or a separate county. It is our Aina Kupuna. It belongs to us. And eventually, with all of the hard work, like Auntie Laurie and everyone else, who stand on the front lines, who stand on those mountains, sometimes alone, but knowing that they have thousands of their ancestors behind them to help speak for them. It is important that we have these real conversations. So I also mahalo our council member, Ke'ani Rollins Fernandez, for having no fear to continue to pick up that torch left to us by our kupunas and our makuas to keep carrying this on. It is important that Kalaupapa does come back to us. It does come back to Maui County. Eventually, maybe Molokai will be its own county. But mahalo for that. And I just wanted to share. So, aloha.
Mahalo. Any questions for our testifier? Seeing no hands, mahalo, Ms. Hanupi Hirata, for your testimony. Next, and the final testifier on our list is Walter Riddy.
Aloha, mahalo nui for this opportunity
Aloha.
to speak. Kalaupapa has been a very interesting place. When I first wanted to do homesteading, I applied for Kalaupapa, and I was told that Kalaupapa was not up for people to go ahead and try to do homesteading. And I didn't know the reason why or why not or whatever. So I applied for someplace else. And then Dana Kaka came to Kalaupapa and said, wow, we're going to have a national park down here. And I said, well, I wanted to have a homestead down there because there's no other place in the world like Kalaupapa. And he said, well, nobody applied. No homesteader ever applied for Kalaupapa. So this idea of a national park is a good idea. And I told him, well, I applied, and they told me that nobody could apply. So that's just some of the politics behind how our lands get used and how homesteaders don't quite understand how everything works. So the positive side to what's happening at Kalaupapa, besides helping Hawaiians that had health problems over the years, is that they actually made Kalaupapa into a county. So for me, that's really important because I'm a strong advocate of Molokai becoming its own county. And we've been waiting for years, and everybody tells us, you cannot. We don't have enough economics for us to become our own county. And of course, I don't believe that. So right now, I'm thinking politically, this would be an excellent opportunity for us on Molokai to become Kalawao County, because it's a county that is already in existence. And I'm hoping that this effort that we're going through is going to one day having Molokai stand on its own 2 feet and become a Hawaiian county that believes that in order for us to have a bright future, we need to look back to our Hawaiian heritage to find out how we're going to be able to feed ourselves and become self-sufficient and all of those kinds of things that the rest of the islands have given up on and have said that their future is going to be copying America. So for me, this whole effort that is being started today, the first steps today, is one day going to lead for our island of Molokai to become its own county. Even though we don't call it Molokai County, calling it Kalawao County is a gift from our kupuna. And to me, that's good enough. As long as we have our own county so we can chart our own future. Now, how we deal with the federal government, that's going to be a whole nother story. Well, mahalo for allowing me to testify today, and I'm hoping everybody looks far into the future and we can have an island that can control its own destiny called Molokai.
Mm-hmm. Mahalo, Mr. Reddy, for your testimony. Any members, any questions? Okay, sorry, my timer is not stopping. I'm gonna turn off my phone. Okay. All right, last call for testimony. Anyone wishing to testify, you may unmute yourself at this time or come to the podium. Seeing and hearing no one speaking up to testify, if there are no objections, we will close oral testimony and continue to accept written testimony into the record. Mahalo, members. Okay. All right, so I believe Assistant Chief Okamoto has joined. Assistant Chief Okamoto.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to provide opening remarks before I open the floor to questions for the members?
No remarks, just, I think our role presently is we're just we have a memorandum of agreement with the parks as far as the enforcement side. So if anything happens in Kalapapa, we'll go down and we will act as a assisting law enforcement arm. But then, I would imagine depending on what happens, we'll probably continue to go that route as well too. So if it does fall under the county. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. But yeah, I'm available for questions.
Mahalo, Assistant Chief. Okay, so I will invite Dr. Felton, Ms. McPherson, I think that was everyone. Okay, online. To turn on your computer, your video, and then I will open the floor for questions, starting with Committee Vice Chair, and I will put 3 minutes on the clock for questions. Please proceed.
Thanks. Hopefully you can't hear my snoring canine. I was wondering if either DOH, I don't know if DLNR is here, but if DOH could explain the delay for the memorial funds.
Dr. Felton.
I'd be happy to explain that. So there's a number of issues, and a lot of them have to do with state procurement laws. So the primary one is that technically we are not allowed to enter into an agreement for construction without a lease. And the lease is taking a really long time. So that's the primary barrier. We have developed, working with our attorney generals and the state procurement office, we have developed an alternative option for a contract that we are able to execute and therefore encumber the money without a lease, which is pretty remarkable and we're pretty proud of. And we're actually really close to executing that contract. The way this new contract would work, it would be based on task orders. So it would start with the upfront for an upfront payment for Kauhana to be able to continue their design and permitting work that they've already been doing. And then there are a number of other steps involved that, they would need to reach certain things to satisfy state procurement rules, and then we can release more and more money as it goes. So pretty detailed, but this was the best method that we could come up with to prevent the money from lapsing, as we've already gotten special dispensation from the comptroller to not have the money lapse because we were unable to execute a contract because there was no lease.
Do you know if they're compliant with Hawaii Compliance Express or something?
So Hawaii Compliance Express is one component, and they are compliant with that. That's just one tiny component of what the state law allows as far as the things that need to be met for contracts and release of funds.
And there's no lease because there's not clarity as to who owns the land?
No, it's a lease from DLNR. BLNR issues the lease. I believe they've been in discussions about that for a very long time. I don't know the exact status of where that is. I would defer to Kauhana and DLNR on that.
Okay, thank you so much. If I can have my next questions to Ms. McPherson. The things that you had up on your slide, is that only for Kalaupapa, or can other districts do that as well? Because I know Lahaina would really like Lahaina residents to take control of Lahaina DHHL lands, and other places I've heard of Lanai and Hana. And so could that be like the way we go forward?
The timer went,
Well,
but Ms. McPherson, you may proceed in answering the question.
Oh, thank you. So DHHL has a planning system, and our general plan was just updated. Incorporates a lot of things like climate change and sea level rise and hazard mitigation that wasn't in it before. So what we have to do is we have to update all our island plans to now be more consistent with that general plan. So Molokai island plan, which includes Kalaupapa, needs to be updated. Maui also has an island plan. And that's where the commission approves the land use designations for Hawaiian homelands. We consult with the counties when we do this process. We consult with other state agencies. We look at infrastructure. We do constraints analysis. We look at what would be the most suitable land use. And that's where the Hawaiian Homes Commission determines whether the land is needed for homesteading or not needed for homesteading. If it's needed for homesteading, then we look at a prioritization of different areas to start getting the money for infrastructure, getting the water, all that sort of thing. If it's determined that it's not needed for homesteading, then it can be used for other purposes. All the designations for Kalaupapa, for example, are non-homesteading designations, but they include opportunities for beneficiaries to use the land. It's a little more complicated in Kalaupapa because of the presence of the National Park Service. But Leali'i, I believe, Lahaina, our homelands on the west side do have land use designations. I don't know them off the top of my head, but if you want to know more about that, I can put you in touch with our Maui liaison, Julianne Cachola. And she knows the land use planning for Maui very, very well, and she'd be happy to talk story with you.
Thank you. I just was referring to the prioritization of Molokai residents for Molokai homesteads. I think that's a great idea. And Lahaina residents would love to be prioritized for Lahaina homesteads, Lanai, Hana, and so on.
Oh, actually, let me talk to that for a moment. So Julie has also been very involved in working on that for Hana, for that area. We are going to the commission again, I think, to try to get the commission to approve changes in our I know what we're doing. We're going out statewide for consultation on amendments to our administrative rules to make this possible. Lanai was the first place where that happened, and that was due to Kolomona Kaho'ohalahala and his efforts to, and so what they did was they traced all the mo'okuauhau of all the ohana from Lanai, and they became top on the list. So we are looking into doing that for other areas of the Kapai Aina.
Awesome. Great news. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Committee Vice Chair Paulton. Okay, next. I'll just go like this. Member Zanetsi.
Mahalo, Chair. And just to follow up on Member Paulton's question, right, there is a section in the HHL, the bylaws, and where the Ms. Cachola we were looking at some of the changes to be, each area, we wanted to interject Pilina into the bylaws because each area the people have a certain knowledge of the different areas, the fishing grounds, all of those things. So we're hoping that'll pass as it goes through the different islands. I guess my question was for Director Nishita. I know Uncle Walter said something about Kalawao being its own county. Is that true? Can you explain that? Expound.
Thank you, Chair. In state law, there is a designation of kind of carving out that section to establish its own county under the jurisdiction and leadership of other, state departments, as kind of explained earlier. I'm not a legal expert in some of the things that Mr. Riddy identified in terms of, whether Kalawao County could change into like the island of Molokai becoming its own county and things like that. I'm sure there's a lot of discussion that have to take place in regards to that. But right now there is a separate carve out for that the Department of Health, as they indicated, technically the director of the Department of Health is the mayor of the county of Kalawao.
Oh. So all of those 4 agencies that Member Rollins Fernandez invited today, those are the agencies that make up Kalawao County, state agencies.
Thank you, Chair. Our resources from Department of Health would probably be able to explain it better than I, but DHHL does have property and a role down there, National Park Service, Department of Land and Natural Resources, and then the Department of Health, I believe, are the main kind of state and or federal agency partners down there.
Oh, okay, thank you. Dr. Felton, can you, do I guess the residents of Kalaupapa, do they follow certain, pay taxes, those types of things like any other counties? If you can explain.
They don't. Yeah, they don't. So part of the Hawaii Revised Statute 326 that this bill would be amending exempts the County of Kalawao from many of the normal county functions or requirements. So I can, if it helps, I can bring that screen back up for my presentation that shows that section, but really, that's why we joke with our director, because he's technically the mayor, but he doesn't really have the usual mayoral authorities. So there's no taxation, there's no zoning. All of any changes in the human built environment down there are governed by SHPD, by it being a state and federal national historical site and a national historical park. So there's a lot of county functions that don't occur down there. We don't do liquor licensing. There's a lot of things. And really our county authority is really limited based on the statute.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Member Sinansi. Member Lee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think this informational meeting has been very valuable. Although this is a 7B presentation type of meeting, do we have a goal here in terms of coming up with a resolution of some kind or a bill of an ordinance?
This is to inform my colleagues that this is something that's being discussed in the community and with other agencies, and there's a bill at the ledge this session. So it's to keep you apprised of what's going on. As you know, we shared with Kalaupapa, we will be having more discussions on what the future will look like. I know others want to talk about a potential county of Molokai, and we'll have that discussion as a Molokai community. And then I'll, report back to, everyone, to the committee on what discussions have taken place. And as I stated earlier, I already submitted testimony to the committee that's taking up the SB 1432 that would repeal the section that creates Kalawao County, to ask them to defer action this session so that no action at the state level would take place yet until we can have further discussion as a community and then as a county with the administration on what all would be involved, all the implications of incorporating Kalawao County's jurisdiction under Maui County's jurisdiction, if that's the direction we go.
Okay, well, thank you. We have been working with Val's group, Ka'ohana o Kalapapa, and it's helpful to know what others are doing so that we're kind of aligned. And because, as you know, we also track legislation on the state level. So we want to be, supportive of what you're doing. Thank you.
We, as in your individual office?
We, as the council, tracks all state legislation of importance. So these types of things, I know some members have their individual advocacies, but we also have the county council as a central office. So I'm glad to hear that we are aligned on this particular subject. Thank you.
Okay. Because we did pass a resolution in 2021 advocating for the incorporation of Kalawao County into Maui County. So if OCS provided testimony in support of SB 1432, then we wouldn't be aligned because my testimony was comments and more opposition. So was testimony submitted on behalf of the council?
Well, that's a couple of years ago, but what I'm talking about right now, we have been working with Val and DeGray, and so we, I think, up to date on what the community really wants. And so we are being very careful on what we provide support for.
Mahalo for
Thank you.
That attention to detail. I did receive a message that our council did not submit testimony on that bill. So that's a relief. Because generally, whatever the resolution states is the council's position remains the council's position until it's repealed. Okay, next we have Member Sugimura, followed by Member Kama.
Thank you. I was glad to hear Dr. Felton about what's happening with the memorial and how you were able to work out the lease. I do remember speaking with Val and DeGray when they got the $5 million, and I thought soon thereafter we're going to have a memorial. But it sounds like it's going to happen faster than not. So I'm glad it will. And based upon the timeline for what's really happening on the island, as we're moving forward, I would like to stand strongly in support of the memorial happening because they're able to gather the voices of the people, and just talking to both of them who have been living, this transition and trying to make it best for the people, that I would like us to stand strongly behind what you're doing. And please let us know. I think Val is sitting in the audience, so she must be happy to hear this progress report that you just reported. And that's all I want to say. Hawaiian Homelands is an important part of this, especially with, what has happened there and the history and the people and Shipti. So do you have a general statement, which I apologize, you may have made it before I got to this meeting, but otherwise I can rewatch the meeting, which I'm glad
to clarify, your question is a general statement on the position of Kalawao County being incorporated into Maui County? What is your question?
No, just Kalapapa in general and what they're doing. I'm not talking about that political aspect. I'm just talking about...
It's just a very broad question. So you're asking Ms. McPherson to say stuff about Kalaupapa? What is the question?
Yeah, how are they proceeding with, in behalf of Shipti and as they move forward? Because every time we do planning, Shipti is a very important part of the research that needs to get done. So I'm just wondering, what you have done along this process so that it doesn't just hit us all at once.
Ms. McPherson.
Sure. Mahalo for the question. I did read our testimony early on that we aren't taking a position. about bringing Kalawao County into Maui County, or for the language about the state historic area, because we also need more information and want to do more consultation with our beneficiaries and bring this before the Hawaiian Homes Commission. So I was relieved to hear Chair Rollins Fernandez talk about how she's asking for deferral, because I think we all need a little more time to digest this. But what we've been doing is participating in the transition planning effort, and maybe transition planning is a misnomer, because one thing I want to clarify and get on the record is that it is not a decision-making process for the future of Kalaupapa. It is actually agencies with Kuleana in Kalaupapa to work together to figure out how to prevent gaps and how to most efficiently handle the departure of the Department of Health, given each agency's different Kuleana. So we realized early on that it was not our place to make those kinds of decisions, that those were political questions, and that they needed to be engaged with by, for us, our beneficiaries, as well as the greater population and the stakeholders, all those, including Ka'ohana, Kalaupapa, who are interested in having a say. So, the main focus was on smooth transition of operations and responsibilities. And so I just kind of wanted to get that on the record. So what we've been doing is we were invited at a certain point by Department of Health to start attending these meetings. We had not done so in the past. We have a general lease with the National Park Service for our lands. They have site control, and the idea is that they're going to be responsible for maintaining the buildings that DOH isn't using and maintaining the infrastructure, all of that, because DHHL does not have the the bandwidth and the budget and the staff to do that. So that's the function of the general lease. So it's been very important to develop good working relationships with the National Park Service as well as the Department of Health. That's happened over the last 10 years or so.
Mahalo, Ms. McPherson. I'll call on Dr. Felton if you wanted to add anything.
Sure, great. Yeah, I would reiterate what Nancy shared. I have to say, I take a little umbrage with the idea of icing out other groups. I don't think that's the case at all. As Nancy mentioned, it hasn't been meetings about the future of Kalaupapa, except in the very governmental projects that are already being handled there and what will happen to them. So I'm just going to share my screen really quick back to one of the slides I showed.
Please proceed.
So these are the activities that have been discussed amongst the different agencies. And these are really what we consider government responsibilities, things like utilities and animal control and what to do with the animal carcasses if we need to cull deer, maintenance of the roads, etc. So the future land use of Kalaupapa, the future activities that occur there, from DOH's perspective, we don't feel that we have a say in that. We will not be present, and we don't think that's our decision to make. We think that the agencies responsible for the land, the beneficiaries, DLNR, the National Park Service, those are the agencies that will be there after DOH is no longer there. And we feel that decision-making on that future is still very much in process, as Nancy mentioned, with the beneficiary consultation, with the general management plan, civic engagement actions. So the activities that have gone on so far as transition really have been about transferring operational costs to maintain the county to the National Park Service as the manager of the lands per their lease and with DHHL and their cooperative agreement with DLNR. So that's where we stand on this. We appreciate Ka'ohana and many other stakeholders' interest and experience and expertise around Kalaupapa, their institutional knowledge. All of that is very valuable and appreciated. And this is not an exclusionary process by any means, and especially around what the future will look like.
Mahalo, Dr. Felton. Okay. Mahalo, Member Sugimura. Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. So I think my question is for both Dr. Felton and Dr. McPherson, or Ms. McPherson. The PowerPoint presentations that you presented to us, are you able to send them on to us so that we could look at them later on in our own time and review them again?
Ms. McPherson, Dr. Felton.
Absolutely, and I meant to send it earlier, but I didn't finish it in enough time to send it ahead of time, so I apologize. But absolutely, I will send Casey a copy of my slides and happy to have them shared.
Yeah, and I also will do that, but I realized I didn't present the slides I wanted to present. So the ones that I presented at the topside meeting that we had in October, I'm still looking for those. So I will send those as well.
Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. And so the second question I have for either one of you, and probably you, Dr. Paul Felton, is, I really liked hearing what you said about being inclusion of everyone else aside from the state entities that are trying to transfer the responsibilities and operations and management of Kalawao County. But at what time will other stakeholders be able to be invited to participate? Because I understand and hear what you all are saying in terms of the state entities and trying to figure out who's going to do what, when, and how, and with how much. And I think our community, the Kalaupapa is almost like Haleakala or Mauna Kea, is that they're very special to the people, and therefore their interest is deep and runs wide, across our states. So at what point will these stakeholders be able to participate?
Thank you for the question. I think overall I need to defer that question to the agencies that will be determining the future of Kalaupapa, and it won't be the Department of Health. We will not be there. So I can't speak for the others. I know that DHHL has beneficiary consultations planned. The general management plan through the National Park Service has had extensive civic engagement. So, and as far as future plans, I'm not exactly sure. My understanding is DLNR also has future plans for community meetings and further engagement. I think the opportunity to testify at the legislature around this bill is a very important part of civic engagement and the community process. This bill is a really unusual stance for us at DOH because usually when we propose legislation, we feel very strongly about every last detail about it. But not this year. This year, with this legislation, we want it to be shaped and framed and shaped by the community members, by the legislature, by any interested stakeholder. And whatever way this bill goes, as long as the legacy and the importance of the history and the injustice of Kalaupapa and the resiliency of the people of Kalaupapa, as long as that is preserved, we don't have a strong stake in the way it goes. As long as, like I said, as long as that history and the what people went through and how they survived in spite of it and thrived in spite of it is really what matters to us. So and currently there are no formal transition planning activities going on. It's all very much interagency dependent. And so, we're always happy to hear from the community, always happy to incorporate their ideas. And I'll leave it up to DHHL and DLNR and the National Park Service to determine any formalized versions of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Member Kama. Okay, and I see your hand, Mr. Riddy, but this part of the meeting, we don't call on testifiers to speak. And the next person I'll call on is Chief Ventura to provide opening remarks.
Mahalo, Chair. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Aloha, Chair and Committee. Good afternoon, almost. I'm just going to kind of echo the same comments as the Police Department did from the Department of Fire and Public Safety's perspective. At this time, you know, the services that we provide and how we provide them to the peninsula will not change. But as the decision-making and development of the peninsula and the kind of ownership and who owns jurisdiction, when that kind of gets all ironed out, then we would work with the various entities to either create MOUs or continue to service the peninsula in the same way. If we were talking about putting resources down there at some point, we would need to do a pretty good analysis of the emergency demands on that part of the land before we do something of that nature. Thanks, Chair.
Mahalo for being here, Chief Ventura. Okay. I guess for myself. Okay. I guess I will call on Ms. Martin, a Managing Director, to share any outstanding questions that you would like to hear feedback from in the community. Of course, I'll invite you to meetings, future meetings and discussions that we have in the community. But for myself, I would just like to know so that I can be sure to get that feedback from the Molokai community.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start and then I'll defer to Mahina if she has anything else to add. I think ultimately we want to make sure that this process, you know, is community driven, that all the community stakeholders are, you know, listened to and heard from, you know, from the operational side in the county, just, you know, continue to get further clarification as to, you know, roles and responsibilities and potential, you know, operational or fiscal impacts. So that we can not only plan accordingly and, you know, work with the community on that, but then also if there's any requests needed from the state legislature or the governor in relation to how that operations and stewardship and whatnot will need to take place under the county's authority in whatever structure is identified, that we can be aware and so that we can make the requests ahead of time. And everyone has a clear picture as to what is needed to make sure that this is successful for the community. And I'll defer to Mahina if she has anything else to add. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Managing Director Nishida. It's important for us to move forward very thoughtfully and mindfully. There are both arenas of internal needs with regards to policy, fiscal oversight, just responsible planning, as well as the external needs, which is working closely and being mindful of all of the things that have gone into Kalaupapa with regards to communities of Kalaupapa, the Ohana, the lineal descendants, its cultural reverence. It just has so much that is precious. Having been there myself, I can say, yes, it's very pristine, and it's very important that we commit to understanding that. So those two arenas need a whole lot of attention going forward, and we have no transition team set up. You know, it's going through legislation so that we can begin to address the unfortunate point in time when we have to look at the future of Kalaupapa holistically and care for its future correctly. So, mahalo, Chair.
Mahalo, Managing Director and Ms. Martin. Okay, are there any other burning questions? Chair Lee, and before I forget again, I wanted to thank your staff, Ms. Michelle McLean, for attending some of the meetings and sharing information with my office.
Thank you. Okay. For some reason, this is the way I'm feeling, but of course I think differently from most people. It seems like the central issue here is when will somebody start directing the future of Kalaupapa? We spent an awful lot of time today talking about the operational tasks that everybody does and so forth, which has nothing to do with the future of what Kalaupapa is going to be. Yeah. So the question is, who will start the process and when will it start? Mahina?
So as we discussed, SB 1432 is a proposal from Department of Health on what that could look like, because Department of Health, after their kuleana is pau there, will no longer serve in that role as the mayor, right? And so the proposal in SB 1432 is that Kalawao County would dissolve, that section of the statute would be repealed, and then Maui, it would be incorporated, all that aina would be incorporated into the jurisdiction of the county of Maui. After the last patient is no longer with us, and then we would have a year. So that's the proposed timeline, and if Dr. Felton or the administration would like to add anything or correct anything I said, you're welcome to.
I can help a little bit with that. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Chair Lee.
Mahina, just one thing.
Go ahead.
We already know that we have to wait till the last patient expires, right? So we're not going to wait for that moment, right? So you're going to start planning now, or when are we going to start planning?
Correct. The way 1432 is written on the state side, it allows for that 1 year moment in time. Governor would announce that the clock has started after the last patient passes. The sequence of events, I mean, that's why we have been trying to learn from Department of Health and the 4 different state agencies. What are they? The administration doesn't see that we would just wait for the notice to come and then go into rapid action, for 52 weeks and then hope it all comes together. So this legislation definitely prompts that even more so in terms of the next steps. So I think all of that is going to come, and it's very hard, right? I mean, that moment in time could happen, this year, it could happen 5 years from now. God forbid it will be at a time when it's, fate calls for it, but it's triggered by that. But those things are in discussion now. Our intention is not to wait until that one announcement is made. But we don't have oversight of it currently, as you know. So, but DOH, DLNR, DHHL have been very helpful in being available and going forward.
Do you want to hear from Dr. Felton? If Dr. Felton.
Okay, I just wanted to ask one follow-up question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so it sounds like the assumption is by all the various state agencies that the county would take the lead.
Well, if the county agrees with the outcome, since the SB 1432 just started to the state legislature, if the outcome is one that we can work with, then definitely the county would be a key player in it in terms of accepting it, getting the questions that we're responsible for answered, because we're still responsible for the county overall. Making sure the impacts can be manageable. So we would be very much in front of it, and I don't know that we would be ahead of DOH everything, because the transfer and any transition would require all of us.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo, Charlie. And I'll just hold space for the community members that did express not transitioning into Maui County, that Kalawao County is not incorporated into Maui County. And I'd like to be able to have that discussion with the community to hear, what folks have to say. As Managing Director Nishita expressed, like, it should be community driven, and the final decision shouldn't be made before the community has an opportunity to truly weigh in. Committee Vice Chair Paulton.
Thank you. I had a clarification I didn't understand by Dr. Felton. When you were saying that DOH is pulling out and you won't have Kuleana, I didn't understand that because, like, all of the other counties, the other 4 counties, the DOH is not the mayor of us. But you guys have jurisdiction about our septic, our sewer, like if we can process the access deer and those kind of things. So are you saying that when DOH pulls out from not being the mayor of Calabar County, none of that occurs? Because they say it's a pristine place, so I'm kind of concerned. Like, I mean, what if somebody just digs a cesspool or something?
No, that's a great point, and I apologize for not being more clear. I'm just going to shoot back to one of my slides on this topic. So the 2 things in blue at the bottom are the things that DOH intends to continue, even long into the future, so indefinitely. And that includes environmental remediation, which is the cleanup of some areas where there has, the projects that are already in process to remediate some environmental problems that have been present for 100 years. And then the environmental monitoring and compliance is exactly what you were just talking about. So the clean air branch, the clean water branch, the safe drinking water branch, all of our environmental compliance activities would have the same oversight as they do for the rest of the state. They do now, and they would continue to do that as well. So thank you for bringing up that clarification.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't mean to cause umbrage, but the other thing, in the discussion with agencies about cooperative agreement functions and who would be taking over what, is it not important for stakeholder citizens to be involved? Because say decisions are made that NPS is going to take over this, and this, but the community, given the state of the nation currently and all the flip-flops on a daily basis, we're getting OMB, we're not getting FEMA, this and that, taking over Gaza, like perhaps the community stakeholders don't want nothing to do with NPS, and you make all these decisions, and next thing you know, like when you open it up to a transition team or the community, you guys get hit blindsided because you guys are having meetings without the community stakeholders.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's a complicated answer, and I definitely hear you. I think many of the actions, especially at Kalaupapa with its remoteness and its lack of resources, really is cost prohibitive for the average anyone besides a government agency to be able to manage. For example, waste management. All trash from Kalaupapa is shipped off, flown out or shipped off the peninsula, all of it. There's no landfills there anymore. They're both closed. It's an extraordinary amount of funding and organization to make that happen. And at this point, we have not identified another organization that could take over waste management at Kalaupapa.
I guess from a community standpoint, isn't all that trash brought in the first place? Because, I mean, organically, things would compost.
Right, and there's extensive amount of composting and recycling and reusing that goes on there. That's actually been a really successful program that's been occurring, but there is still trash. And yes, it's brought in.
same goes for fresh food. Fresh food's brought in on Kamaka Air, $2 a pound to bring in fresh food. Extraordinary. I mean, the expense is just amazing. So in those cases, a lot of these functions have always been run by governmental agencies on the other counties, and we don't see a reliable, reasonable option to transfer, for example, the utility bill to another agency. Especially, and a lot of this is already dictated by the lease with DHHL and the cooperative agreement with DLNR, the general management plan, and all of these documents that have gone through extensive review and community engagement. So we're sort of following along with those guidelines that started in 1980. I think that if the community was insistent on changing those, I believe there is processes for that to occur. But at this point, there isn't really a lot of viable alternatives for transferring some of these actions. But it's not to say there won't be in the future if community members want to work towards that. Again, not necessarily DOH's decision to make, but I think if the community wanted to maintain the electrical utility system down there, I think that's a fine goal. I think it would be very challenging, but that's not to say it can't happen. So those are the kinds of issues that we're sort of focused on in that sense. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I totally hear you. I just feel like the agency's perspective and the community's perspective may be different, and there might be assumptions being made that wouldn't be able to be clarified without the community stakeholder at the table. But I do need to make a disclosure that an adult male walked into the house, just Pauhana, named George Vieira.
Mahalo, Committee Vice Chair Paulton. I just wanted to clarify really quickly, Dr. Felton, regarding waste management. I understood that there was an incinerator in Kalaupapa, and other ideas to address that concern were proposed.
I'll have to check with you. I'm under the impression that there is not an incinerator currently.
Sorry, a gasifier.
A what? Sorry?
A gasifier?
Again, I'll have to get back to you. I'm not aware of one.
Okay, mahalo, Dr. Felton.
I'll report back.
Okay, any last questions, members? And then I'll invite Dr. Felton for any closing remarks, and then followed by Ms. McPherson.
Thanks, Councilwoman. Just appreciate everyone being here today talking about this issue. Everyone's very aware it's a complex and multi-layered problem, or not necessarily problem, just issue. And there's a long way to go as we work through all of this, and just really appreciate everyone's input and insight, and look forward to working with you all on this as we go forward.
Mahalo. Ms. McPherson.
Yeah, I echo Dr. Felton's sentiments. Really appreciate the opportunity, and we need to keep having these conversations. They're very important and critical, and I appreciate our beneficiaries who testified today. Mahalo nui loa, and look forward to additional opportunities.
Mahalo. Managing Director Nishita, any closing remarks?
No, just appreciate the discussion, and we look forward to continue learning more and working with the community and all of the other stakeholders and government agencies to make sure that this is successful. Thank you.
Mahalo, Managing Director. Ms. Martin, if you have any.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add other than our gratefulness for this opportunity. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Okay, oh shoot, my notes. So that brings us to the end of this agenda item. If there are no objections, we will defer this item for further discussion in the future. Any objections? Mahalo members, and mahalo again, Dr. Felton, Ms. McPherson, Managing Director, and Ms. Martin for being with us, and in Kalamaya again for the interruption during our meeting. Okay. Okay, we do have another agenda item. The fire alarm really kind of tripped us up. Where is it? It's Department of OEV Resources updates. So it's 12:14. Mahalo, would you like to receive the presentations first, and then we can take a break, like a quick break, or do you want to take like an hour break? I'll invite Director Molitel and Deputy Director Robinson to join us at the resource desk, and then you can help us make this decision on how to proceed. I want to respect everyone's time. Chair Lee has a 12:30 meeting. Okay, as well as Member Sugimura, and then Member Kama had a 12 o'clock meeting. Okay, so I guess if you'll join us, and then that way we know what time to reconvene. If 1:30 would be okay for yourself and consultants. Oh, if we recess now for the members to take their 12:30 meetings, and then we reconvene at 1:30, would that be okay for everyone to return at 1:30? Hikino. Okay. Okay, mahalo. Okay, so we're going to recess our meeting until 1:30, and then when we return, we will receive the presentation from Department of OEV Resources, as well as the consultants. Okay. Any questions before we recess our meeting? Okay, no questions. Okay, it's 12:16 on February 6th, and the Komike Aloha Ainak will be in recess until 1:30. For the Commitee, aloha aina, please return to order. It is 1:38 p.m. on February 6, 2025. And we're now on our second agenda item of the day, Department of OEV Resources updates. Okay, I requested the Director and Deputy Director of OEV Resources provide updates on their department, including the department's organizational structure, the consultant working on the department's strategic plan, potential budget requests, and the implementation of Section 8-8.3 of the revised Charter of the County of Maui, 1983 as amended. Joining us for this item today are Director of OEV Resources, Kumu Kapono'ai Molitau, Deputy Director Kikai Robinson, and Planning Director Kate Blithestone was on the line with us this morning and did provide comments, so she's not online now. And then I will ask Director Molitau to please provide the names of our consultants, and then I will ask everyone to be recognized as resource persons for this committee. Director.
Ai pele no mai ke aloha ia o koa pau. Aloha mahina o le aloha Hawaii ke mahina o Pepelu ale no hai. Mahalo anui ia kakoa pau ia ako kona mei ke ia la nei o ke ia komiki aloha aina. Kamua mahalo ano ke kono ana mei. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It has been a fun full day of getting my steps in and being a part of this festive Halavai. Leila, Mamuo, before we go ahead and get started, I'm going to go ahead and just introduce real quickly our strategic planning group that is helping us today with our presentation. And on my far left, I have Anuhia Arakawa. Also with her is Pono Fernandez. And then on the far end, Isaiah Souza. Mahalo nui to Kerry Kapoe Consulting for being here today.
Mahalo, Director. Members, if there are no objections, I would like to designate the administration personnel identified as resource persons as well as the consultants in accordance with Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council. Any objections? Mahalo, members. Okay. Director Molitau, I will turn it over to you for the presentation.
Hi, mahalo. So we're going to pull up the presentation so that everybody can see. Everybody can see that okay? Ka'i, mahalo.
Mai ka'i.
Okay. Again, we are the Department of OEV Resources, or Ka'oihana Malama Kumuwaiwai OEV no ke kalana o Maui. Today we're here to go ahead and give you an update as to from July 1 to present day, what we've accomplished and where we're headed in the near future. So establishing the Department of OEV Resources, you folks were part of developing this, and also with our amazing Kaya Ulu to make sure that this department stood up effective July 1, 2024. And these are the areas that we are concentrating on. So the director of this new department shall be appointed by the mayor with the approval of this council with qualifications that included these 4 bullet points. And I wanted to just kind of go over these 4 bullet points really, really quickly. Experience in Native Hawaiian cultural resource management, Native Hawaiian cultural practices in the county, proficient in Olela Hawaii, and 5 years of leadership experience. I always have a hard time talking about myself directly and just letting my work lead for itself. I am a cultural practitioner first and foremost. I am a kumuhula for the last 32 years in Hawaii. I am also a practitioner of what we call kahuna kakaleleo, or it is defenders of Hawaiian cultural protocol over the last 25 years. I am proficient in all of those matters that deal with Hawaiian culture and cultural protocol, proficient in Olelo Hawaii, and I have a pretty good leadership experience here within the county. I will do that humbly and say, Eia nova umani. I come before you with all of these expertise and humbly offer them to this county of Maui. Some of my thoughts about the importance about having this department. Being stood up in July of this 2024, we understood the complexities of what this department is going to go through in its first year of growing and learning about the amazingness of our county of Maui. And so this is our current organizational chart for this particular year. We have me as the humble director. We have our beautiful deputy director. Also, I always have this discussion with our amazing mayor. We were able to acquire his private secretary, Ms. D. We also are very fortunate to have Dr. Janet Six as our lead archaeologist. We finally finished getting our grant coordinator, Amira Limayo. She's coming in from the continent and will be with us in the beginning of March. We also have our GIS 4 analyst, who is also our field archaeologist, Lynn Krause here, and then our Olelo Hawaii specialist, Marcy Kahelani Koliaro. And this amazing team, it was some time to get them stood up, but we were able to get all of that finalized in the month of December. And so we are currently now moving forward and understanding that this particular kuleana responsibilities are a lot more than just this particular 7 that are here. And so getting started on our strategic plan helped us begin framing our thoughts, framing our needs and our desires moving forward. With that, it also made us understand this particular functions within the charter. That's not necessarily clarified, but these are the powers and duties of the function of the director. These 8 points, again, you folks are all familiar with, being the administrative head of the department, collaborate with the mayor, the executive branch, council, ensure proper management of OEV resources throughout County of Maui. I really want to just focus on that just for about 10 to 15 seconds. That particular collaboration effort is one that we at the county department want to make sure that is every effort for every particular department. Broken up a little bit more are the functions that are in front of you. These are the Department of OEV Resources functions, and you can kind of see them there. Established the department, we've done that. Care for the OEV resources, those are currently happening. We brought on our Hawaiian language specialists. Our collaboration efforts with every department is currently ongoing, working with planning, discussing healthy ecosystems, which is top of mind right now. Information and education is our number one effort to try and make sure that we inform our public as well as our own county about the necessary engagements to particularly our Hawaiian resources, our language, our cultural preservation. Also then it includes the preservation and protection of our wahipana, our places. These currently are the 3 divisions that we are planning on standing up over the next course of these 2 years. The Kipuka division, the Kumuwaiola division, and the Paikaleo division. I'll explain them a little bit more as we go through. The Kipuka division there, a main mana'o, or the mission behind it, is safeguarding and stewarding lands of concentrated natural and cultural importance to ensure enduring access to healthy natural resources and spaces where our community may thrive. When we think about the word kipuka, it is within that area that is like an amazing seed bank. So when a new lava flow is done, the first series of plants that you see coming out of it would be kupu or a new baby ohia, but that is the formation of kipuka. And so we see this as the formation of a beautiful seed bank that hopefully will spread out throughout Maui. Our second division is our Kumu Waiola division, our OEV resources. Again, championing and preserving the life-giving, life-sustaining elements of the natural world by defending and amplifying the conditions essential to ecoculture, landscapes, and vital native cultural resources. Really making sure that the Department of OEV is one that is the voice of all of those that can't speak for themselves. So the voices of our Manu people, the voices of our water, voices of our kahawai, our mauna, all of those natural elements and those resources all need a voice. And so we are definitely unwavering in making sure those get protected. And then our third division that we are standing up is what we call our Paikaleo division. These are our OEV voices, or the mother tongue of this natural land. Again, the mission is to revive and reinvigorate the use of Hawaiian language in government and in our larger community in sincerity and fidelity to both official languages of Hawaii, Olela Hawaii, and English. And so these three different divisions are really the drivers for our Department of OEV. And we are very fortunate to be able to have our partners of Kerry Kapoe Consulting to be here to just engage a little bit about our strategic plan in this coming year.
Check. Oh. Aloha pumehana kākou.
Aloha.
Ovao Isaiah Souza, Kupanoke Aino Maui, currently the project manager at Kerry Kapoe LLC. Me Ka'umau Hoahana, Anuhea Arakawa, Pono Fernandez. Collectively, we have the kuleana to assist in crafting the strategic plan for the Department of OEV Resources. We are honored to support this department's commitment to articulate a plan that will ensure a thriving Maui County, where our Mo'omeheu Hawaii is a collaborative part of how we navigate through decisions and processes, ensuring natural resources and Olelo Hawaii is being safeguarded in perpetuity for generations to come. So during this time, we'll update you folks on where we're at in this strategic planning process. We'll be going over some data, statistics, and the timeline of this process. So now I'll be passing it over to Pono.
Mahalo nui. As we all know, mo'olelo is important. The work that we've been doing to develop out this strategic plan encompasses the mo'olelo of everyone of the county. We've really, we've wanted to capture those voices. We wanted to hear your perspectives. And so we are very grateful and thankful to the county comms team, who has helped us to implement a survey that was sent out to all of the employees of the county, and that was sent out on January 17th. We currently have received about 62 completed responses. That survey is still open, so anyone who has not yet taken that survey, we welcome them to participate. We've also been able to conduct about 33 in-person or virtual or phone interviews with our esteemed council members, as well as some directors and community members, practitioners, stakeholders of Maui Nui, in order to get their perspectives. We wanted to share that we are keeping that survey open. We are also planning on convening a group of kumuhula, any kumuhula that are available to share their thoughts in a collective space. Those that are not available will also be able to take the survey. We are also looking to engage with our Ohana from Lahaina, as well as extending this survey and conversations, personal conversations with state and federal leaders. So we're looking forward to gathering everyone's mo'olelo so that we can take into consideration those perspectives as we move forward to develop out the strategic plan. Again, that survey is also available to all community stakeholders. The more voices, the better. So this survey will be open, I believe, until the end of the month. And we highly encourage any and all that would like to participate in sharing their interpretation of what should be prioritized and fostered within the Department of OEV Resources. And I'm going to turn it over to Anuhea to talk about our timeline.
Mahalo. So just to give a brief overview and timeline for the next few months through our completion of the strategic plan, we in February, Pepeluali, we will continue to analyze and interpret feedback that we get, really keeping up and driving the momentum to gathering and analyzing stakeholder feedback. It's what will drive this strategic plan to ensure that we are crafting something that will be attainable for the department, but also something that we all can look to for a guide. And then, so that will take up pretty much of our February. In March, we started to craft a first draft of the strategic plan. And so kind of starting to, with the information that we have gotten, and so it's super crucial, like 62 survey filled out from our county and from community members is not enough. So to highlight Pono's point and all of ours today, and that's why we're here, is to please scan the QR code, please take the survey, please call us or email us, because we're available, because we want to ensure that everyone's mo'olelo are captured. In March, Malaki, we hope to refine the plan and begin to execute the graphic design. And so we have our lovely Leah Santos, who is helping us to craft the strategic plan in a creative way. That it will be Malaki. And then in Apelila, we will develop an evaluation process to monitor and track the process of this strategic plan and how it will be, how it can be attainable throughout its implementation with the department. And that's all with working very closely with the stakeholders and being that bridge for our community to this department. And yeah, we hope to review and discuss a final draft and produce and submit a strategic plan associated with supportive documents. Truly, our Aina and our Ike, our people, thrive when we stand together. And so this plan is a commitment to Malama OEV resources through collective kuleana. We do that by listening and honoring our diverse voices and working together, rooted in our past and guided by our values and driven by our shared vision for the future. And we're just so grateful and humbled to do this work. So mahalo nui.
Mahalo yoko. And so the OEV fiscal priorities for this coming 2025, if you take a look at that, we have 5 priorities. I'll just go through them very quickly. First one, define and communicate to the community as well as our local, state, federal partners, our mission, vision, values, and strategic goals and our priority projects for the coming year. Establish the department of our office, staff, online presence, and educational outreach. Advocate for the preservation and protection of OEV resources county-wide. Generate with prudent advice a sound financial blueprint for the Department of OEV Resources. And number 5, participate in changes to legislation, laws, ordinances, commission, boards, and councils that affect the OEV resources as outlined in our Kipuka, our Kumuwayola, and Paikaleo divisions as described. For fiscal year 2026, our budget requests, I know that this has been one that we're all currently on topic right now. And so all of those black are all of the 7 that were funded, and those are the positions that are filled. The blue are the positions that we are requesting for this coming budget year. So again, with our lead archaeologist, getting an assistant archaeologist on board to work in tandem with our GIS and field archaeologists. Having another, also having a cultural archaeological monitor internship program. That is one that we're looking at establishing. Under the deputy director and private secretary, we'll have another secretary too. And then our AINA advocate, our legislative advocate. On the far right there, we've been having a really interesting time trying to coin this subject matter expert. And this is our Chief Hawaiian Olelo Hawaii practitioner. And when we think about that person, that is the one that will be leading that particular division to oversee all of the amazing Olelo Hawaii concepts that we're going to be incorporating with all boards and commissions, with all council, and moving forward as a bilingual government. Also adding on to another part of that program is our Olelo Hawaii specialist, because we know that that team right now currently exists as one, and we are going to probably, with the kuleana of work that's going to come in front of us, need more. And then finally adding on an informational educational specialist to this team. And so I think the question will come up is, in order to do the work, these are the areas that we need to fill. And so just wanting to throw that out there for the council and for this committee to understand that this is where we're headed. In the matter of the charter, section 8.3, the powers and duties and functions of the planning director. These 4 bullet points are really important because it drives our conversation and our responsibility to the planning director, as well as their responsibility to the Department of OEV. Be the administrative head of the Department of Planning, serve as the chief planning officer of the county, as a technical advisor to the Mayor, Council, and Planning Commission in all planning-related matters. I want to highlight number 3 and 4. In collaboration with the Director of OEV Resources. And number 4, in collaboration with the Director of OEV Resources. I say that with as much aloha and with as much intent of collaborative efforts to make sure that the Department of OEV Resources is, its capacity is to lend specific mana'o, specific thoughts that may not be, or may not have been acknowledged, or may not have been accepted. But these are things that we believe are to be part of the conversation moving forward. So want to make sure that collaborative efforts are not only via paper, but they are via halavai or kuka or talking story. Moving on, these are other areas, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the planning director. Prepare, administer, and enforce a cultural resource management plan in collaboration with this department. Prepare, administer, and enforce zoning ordinances, zoning maps, regulations, and any amendments and modifications thereto. Number 7 is really important for us. I'm noticing I'm needing glasses every single day, even more. Review the list of proposed capital improvement projects contemplated by the county and recommend the order of their priority to the mayor in collaboration with the director of OEV. Then perform such other duties and functions that shall be required by law shall be assigned by the mayor. These were all amended on July 1 of 2024. And then finally, 8.4. The Planning Commission, our department, as well as the Public Works, Environmental Management, Water, shall be non-voting ex officio members of each commission. So our constant physical capacity of being in those planning commissions are really, really important. And so if it's not going to be director or deputy director there, it will be somebody within the Department of OEV Resources that we've committed to being a part of this planning commissions to be able to at least lend an ear as well as give sound cultural advice. Leila, oia I hola I ko mako mau ho ike aku ia o koa pau. Ano leila he wahi mana o paha, he maunina o paha o ko. That concludes our little presentation. If there are any thoughts or any questions that you folks may have.
Mahalo, Director. Okay, and Planning Director Kate Blithestone did send a message so that she could kako'o what the Department of OEV Resources was shared with us today. She said, we're so happy to have the Department of OEV Resources on the team and look forward to watching this department grow and thrive. We are starting to work with them as they have capacity to do so. We know starting a new department from scratch cannot be easy, so it's really important that we work at their pace. We don't always get it right, but we are learning how to work together. Initially, we are focusing on the South Maui Community Plan and their participation in the Maui Planning Commission. In the future, we want to walk hand in hand with them on community plan updates and figure out a logical way to incorporate them into our project review process. We see opportunities to expand the ways we work together, but have not charted that path just yet. We participated in their strategic planning efforts and will continue to bring them into our work early and often. We are so happy they are here and are looking forward to growing this partnership. So that was from the planning department to kako'o, the collaborative work that they'll be formulating. Okay? All right. Okay. So before I open the floors for questions from the council members, I will open public testimony on this item. Do we have any testimony on this item? I see no one on the list. And I see no one in the chat, and I don't hear anyone speaking up to testify. So if there are no objections, members, I will now close oral testimony and receive written testimony into the record. Mahalo, members. Okay. So testimony is now closed, and we'll open the floor for questions from the committee, starting with Committee Vice Chair Polton. Oh, there you are. Okay. Member Hudson.
I don't have questions at this time. I participated in the survey and shared the link, so I feel like I got a pretty good update.
Okay, great. We'll go this way this time. Committee Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, I'm so glad you folks are here today. Thank you so much. And I just love the direction in which we're going. I can see great and wonderful things starting to happen. So I'm excited about that. I just want to make sure you all are going to be here for the next 20 years in this capacity. And so I'm just thinking how to permanentize that. Anyway, you have 5 new positions that you're going to ask for. Do you know what the cost might be for those 5 positions? Can you share that?
Chair.
Yeah.
Mahalo. Aloha mahina o lela Hawaii. Mahalo, Member Kama, for that question. We're working with the budget department currently to figure out what those costs would be. In addition, we're trying to cut back our expenses on the operations side to hopefully be able to show that we're trying our best to be frugal in our fiscal ask for this coming year. We do acknowledge, though, that we came into this understanding that we were provided with almost like the bare minimums to kind of start up with. And so, and also with the thought that, we want to be very mindful of the community's spending and their funds. So, in that ask, we do definitely feel like the kuleana, the goals and objectives that are laid out for our department can be accomplished by the addition of the additional staff. And as long as those goals and objectives are pretty stable and flat, that, with those 12 to 14 employees, we can go ahead and move forward and accomplish all of our objectives that we've put out and that have been put before us too. Mahalo. So, you asked about the cost. We hope to come in, if not flat, just hopefully just a little above what we asked for or what was given this fiscal 25. So we have yet to hear back from the budget office as to how this will all lay out. Some of these positions are new and so different from what exists in the county.
Yes.
So we're still trying to make a determination as to what the costs and the pay, the salary for those folks would be.
Right. Okay, I hear that, and I just want to put it out there that I understand that new positions that have never ever been in the county always end up usually someplace on the bottom, but I really feel like that shouldn't always be. I mean, we're not talking about some position that's out there that we can figure out that comes from someplace in Timbuktu. This is really something that's unique, that is needed, that is should have been already established, and now we're just, what is this, 2025? How many years after statehood is this? I mean, all of this kind of stuff should have been established way back then, according to the way the admissions contract was written, and when we became a state. So we're kind of like behind the 8 ball. So all the more we should be ramping up as opposed to trying to figure out, well, let me see where I can fit this little old position that probably matches this clerk here, but maybe over here too. But, I mean, I don't think we should be nickel and diming this particular issue. And that's just my sense about stuff and where we're going to go. So thank you, Chair. I heard the bell.
Kako. Mahalo, Member Kama, for your mana on that. Member Sugimura, followed by Member Lee.
So I'm going to do something a little different. I know that you've been here before, but I've never met them. So I would like for them to introduce, if you wouldn't mind, your supporters.
Strategic plan.
And we did hear them speak about the strategic plans. You don't have to share that, but just maybe a little bit about who you are and your commitment to this subject.
Just to clarify, they're consultants with Kerry Kapoy Consulting.
Correct.
So they're not staff. Staff is behind you.
Correct. Sorry if I said staff, but if you could I ask them questions, as I just did? Introduce yourself again.
Who's your mother? Who's your father?
Who's my mother?
It's all about that, right? Before we used to talk about our genealogy, that would be helpful, right, to us. So, pretty much.
Hikino, mahalo for this time. I am Miriam Anuhea. See, when you talk about Ohana, you start to get emotional because you know that. Anyways, so aloha Anuhea, Miriam Anuhea kamakana ke aloha hokoana Arakawa. I am a kupa of this aina. Maui has always been my home for generations, and I I went to school at Kamehameha Maui, class of 2013. My ohana comes from Hamakuapoko, Paia Ku'au, and Paukukalo, and I reside in Hali'imaile. Yeah, that's kind of who I am, just a proud Maui girl. And honored to be sitting here today. It's like my first time not on like that side. And so it's different, and how we can kako'o this department, it's just an honor and a privilege. It's about time that we have these voices speak for things that our kupuna have fought for a long time. And so to be a part of this process, to be on this side of collecting community feedback, talk to with all of you folks, and in a diverse way, I think we're able to capture a lot of different perspectives, and how that's where we have to start to be like, how can we strategize to ensure that each and be unbiased and make sure that everybody is represented. Yeah, aloha.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Council Member, Chair.
You may complete.
Mahalo. O wau ke ia o Pono Fernandez no kahalu'u mai ma ka mokupuni o Oahu. O ko'u mau kupuna o ku'ukula iwi ho'i oia no o Kohala ma ka mokupuni nui o Hawaii. My name is Pono Fernandez. I am from Oahu. Personally from Oahu, but my kulaiwi, the land where my ancestors' bones are buried, is Kohala on Hawaii Island. But my great-grandfather, who was the last Hawaiian language-speaking member of my ohana, is from Molokai, was born in Lahaina. And I am the only family member that he passed Olelo Hawaii on to. And so my commitment to our work, but to Kako'o, the Department of OEV Resources, and my kuleana to stand as a Native Hawaiian woman in Hawaii comes from that I make all of my decisions knowing that ke nana mai nei kupuna, ke nana mai nei kamali'i. My kupuna are watching every step that I take, and the decisions that I make are going to be carried on and received by the generations to come that I will never meet. And so yeah, I've been dedicated to teaching Olelo Hawaii and continuing the legacy of Olelo Hawaii in my work, and I'm happy to do that here in this capacity. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Aloha, I'm Isaiah Souza. Born and raised on Maui. I just recently graduated college. So now I'm here at Karakapoa LLC to help come up with this strategic plan.
Mahalo. Mahalo. Okay. Mahalo, Member Sugimura. Member Lee.
I really don't have any questions for you guys because I just met with you recently. Had a nice time. Talked about your parents. Okay. Kaponoai, do you have a permanent office space?
Hello, Chair. Aloha.
Director.
Chair Lee. We have an office space. We got it in, I want to say, latter part of August. Yeah. And it's in the David Trask building. We are on the second floor, room 203. And so we are fortunate to be able to utilize the space now, and we've filled it up quite a bit with our staff there, and we continue to look at building it out more.
So it'll accommodate the expansion positions?
I'm sure we'll get a little cozy. However, I think the work is important, and we'll make do.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, thanks.
Mahalo, Member Lee. Member Sinensi, and then myself.
Aloha kako e kalamai a'u. I'm here at my home office while my Ka'a is in the shop. So sorry I couldn't stay with you guys.
Alone in your space.
I am alone in my space, yes. Thank you. Also, for my question, it looks like the GIS position, was there a need for, I know we spoke about having a drone, or does the
LiDAR.
department have a LiDAR drone? Does the department have one?
Director or Deputy.
Mahalo. Aloha. Aloha, Member Senensi. Mahalo for the question. Yes, we would like that equipment to become a part of our department. That is still going to be part of our request. We're hoping to encumber that this fiscal year since we were provided with some funds to do so. We do have our lead archaeologist. She is the county's principal archaeologist who is currently achieving her certification to fly and operate a drone. Also, our field archaeologist who is here with us today, who is currently working to achieve his certification to operate the drone. There is also the opportunity to purchase ground penetrating radar equipment as well, which they will both be qualified to do. And we hope that with the addition of another archaeologist, that between the three of them, that equipment will be quite invaluable to the County of Maui. I know our archaeologist is very adamant that those opportunities and those skills will save the County of Maui funds as well as we start to put those up into practice.
Mahalo, Deputy Kekai. And then where do you see the department's involvement with the historic districts in the rebuilding of Lahaina and particularly Moku'ula? And whatever you guys can share at this time.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Member Senensi, for the question. I think for that question, we all have to take a really interesting deep dive into the cultural rich history of Lahaina and think about that amount of time that we're talking about from Maina Kupuna Mai to current conditions today. And so the historic district that we're all discussing, which is the quote unquote cultural corridor, but again, we utilize the term kipuka as what that thought would be, and that is from Moku'ula all the way down to the old library. And so when I think about that cultural corridor and what it could look like, and what are some of the possibilities there, we are all currently in the brainstorming mode. We understand that Moku'ula and Mokuhinia are the royal compound lands of our ali'i, and currently it is an old baseball field that was filled in. We understand that the complexities of that fill matter might be something that we have to discuss. But we also understand that kupuna start to showcase themselves in very different ways, and so the waterways are now returning. Across the street of Moku'ula and Mokuhinia is the current 505 space that is the waterways of Nalehu, and that pond is currently returning and always being continuously pumped out. And so that original pond system is also part of that cultural complex that we're thinking of about. And so we're also thinking about the royal compounds of Kamehameha Ekolu, which is the former space of Kamehameha Third School. And so all of those considerations are on a amazing piece of white paper that myself, I consider myself a really good sketch artist. No, I don't. But it has the thoughts about what we consider to be very valuable culturally sustainable kinds of thoughts moving forward for not only Lahaina, but really for our community wide. And so without having any concrete, sketches or anything like that of moving forward, right now we're currently just in the brainstorming stages of what that would look like. I know it is on Mayor's priority list as number 3 of Moku'ula and Mokuhinia. And so I'm sure as we begin moving forward, that discussion will ramp up even further about the kuleana of that space and how it will look.
Mahalo, Director Monitao, for that update. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Mahalo, Member Sinensi. Okay, for myself. All right, you're gonna time me, yes, okay, I have a couple of things. One, so like Member Kama, playing catch up with like so much that has been overlooked that we now can address, and now that we have a Department of OEB resources that no other county has, in kind of making up for the ongoing and intentional short staffing and heavy workload of SHPD, and then now with ensuring that as we proceed with Lahaina, as was asked about, I know that you are being conservative in charting your path forward, but with all that workload, I don't know if that's going to be enough staff. And also, since Member Johnson isn't here, I'll ask for Lanai as well. Presence on Molokai and Lanai. When our new MIMA administrator, presented his vision for his team, it did include a representative for Molokai, Lanai, and Hana. And he was kind of like, this is what ideally my team would look like. And so I don't think it would be far-fetched to, if that's part of your vision, to propose it, and then or at least share in that vision, so that come budget session, even if it's not something that comes to us in Mayor's proposal, that it's something that we could consider as a council. So I guess the question is, what more would that vision kind of look like, without stepping on, toes, that may not be included in your proposal to Mayor? And that presence on Molokai, Lanai, Hana, and then just, having that capacity.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo nui no ke la ninau. So to respond to that question, yes, is the overall answer to making sure that we can have a presence of the Department of OEV. And then in light of just listening to earlier testimony for places like Kalawao, how do we envision ourselves in implementing a Department of OEV on Molokai that allows for Molokai people to be able to help Paipai and support their efforts there in caring for their cultural lands and caring for their cultural resources and helping to manage that. Currently, Molokai folks do that anyway. Yeah, they do that without even being asked. And we want to make sure that we can be there to help support their efforts. For the island of Lanai, same thing. These two moku are really important to Kekai, myself, and our department. And so in our small little department, please know that the ask is with those future intentions in mind, to make sure that we can continue to hold ulu And note that this ask right now is for this coming budget, but we've begun planning out what the next budget after that and the next 20 years after that look like. And they all include those subjects that you just talked about. And so, Kikai.
Mahalo, Chair. Yeah, I think Kumu covered it. We do deeply care about those outside districts of Molokai, Lanai, and Hana. And I would just echo that sentiment that those are the districts that really they are involved. Their community comes out and they take care of it without necessarily needing, they're going to take care of their kuleana. They step up and they take care of their kuleana. And so we applaud that, and we also want to be able to support that. So a Department of OEV presence there is key. It's crucial. We realize that as well. And, just coming back to the question of AINA and designation, historic districts for Maui are Lahaina and Wailuku. We know that. And they are government designations of AINA. But we know that all of our districts are important. They are all historic places. They all have wahipana, wahikupapa'u, important places that we aloha and that our community has so much aloha for. And so when we look at that in the light of how much our community loves their aina, how connected they are, you can see that in the passion and the na'au of the people that come to testify before you, in those of us that come to provide resource and information is served in that capacity, in the staff and all of the county. I love the auntie that was like, I love you folks, you guys got our back. Yeah, I love you folks too. Thank you for catching our back. But I love all the county employees. I think everybody is trying to move forward in a way that is aloha aina. Eia no mako ke iala, mamua o ke ko mike aloha aina. Oia ka mea nui. Mahalo. Yeah.
Mahalo. Okay, members, anyone want a second round? I figured you were. Member Kama.
Thank you. So I want to talk to the strategic planners. So who should I ask this question to, or should I just ask the question? You all just
you can just pose the question.
Okay. So when you folks are working on the strategic plan, most people I know only work on 5-year strategic plans. Are you guys looking at something further out than a 5-year strategic plan?
Mahalo, Member Kama. I'm going to let them answer, but I just got the short answer from the Department of OEV Resources. When we first got into strategic planning, the first question I asked Kumu, Director Molita, was, hey, does it have to be 5 years like everybody else's, or can we be 20 or 50 years? And he goes, how about 200 years?
So I like that answer.
So mahalo, but yes.
200 years. No. Mahalo for that question. We are looking immediately within, what right now in its preliminary stage, the strategic plan that we're looking to implement is one that is firm, that can be looked back at for many years to come. And so when we ask questions like, where do you see this department in 5 years? Where do you see this department in 10? Where do you see them in 20? It's really examining how we can implement something right now that can be used in perpetuity. So it can be a reference that can live. And, we can always implement another go around of strategic planning, but I think that's what our goal is, to set something that is super pa'a and can't be moved, and that's why it's super important that we're trying to get everyone's feedback. That's kind of our where we're going. 200 years. So now and then into
Okay, so thank you for that answer, because I think that's what we have to do. We have to you have to dream so big, right? Because if you don't dream big, the dream dies, right? And here in this place, we are short-termers. We really are, right?
Yeah.
We live only 10 years if we get elected, right? The mayor only lives 8 years if he gets reelected. Directors only live if the mayor lives, you know?
Right.
And that's just what it is. But, you know, so when I look at this department, I don't even feel like it's a department. It's not I don't feel like it's a department. It feels more like this is the creation of something more than a department. It's more, and you gotta know that, you know, instinctively. I think it's innate in most of us that. So I don't want to see this start to bloom, right? And then it starts to die later on. That's my concern, you know, because we're short-termers, so we really are. And this is long-term, it has to be. But I heard the bell again, thank you.
And part of what makes this pa'a is that it's in the charter. It's not just in the code. So in the next administration, it has to keep going because it's in the charter, unless it gets repealed, which is harder to do.
The thing is, right, like, if you're the founder and you're the caregiver, you know what you got to do, right? Somebody else comes in, changes everything, right? The direction sometimes, the priorities change. It's like, no, but we're just going here, but now you're like, go there. Somebody else come in and we know where. I mean, that's a concern. So thank you.
Mahalo for that mana'o. Okay, anyone? Oh, I see Member Sinensi with his hand up. Go ahead, Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. And I just had one more clarifying question. I know it's looking ahead, but I was just curious if there was discussion that the department be, I know it's more of a physical construction, but the input from the department for the Center of OEV Arts, has that discussion been made?
Halau of OEV Arts.
Halau, kalamai, Halau OEV Arts.
Director.
Hi, mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Member Sinensi, for the question. The Halau OEV Art will be part of our discussion for the Department of OEV Resources. We also plan on having a presence there to make sure that you know, part of our staff can be part of the ongoing educational presence of our Kanaka, as well as being able to work with you know, future practitioners as well as kumuhula that will be utilizing the space. So we do plan on being fully engaged in the Halau OEV Art and fully aware of the space and making sure that we're fully present as well.
Mahalo for that update. Thank you. And mahalo for the presentation. Mahalo, Chair.
Mahalo, Member Sinensi. Okay, seeing no other hands, I just have one final question for our consultants. And I asked before we gavelled in about outreach on Molokai. What kind of outreach already happened, and then future outreach planned, and if it could include not just you know, focus groups, one-on-ones, but also on Molokai we like to kuka as a larger group, and so that, you know, everybody can provide their mana'o as a public thing, so that it's not just you know, pick and choose who comes, but everybody is welcome to share their mana'o.
Hiki no. We would, if we could get your kokua with setting up that big halavai, then we will be there. We can help to facilitate and then have those questions. Yeah, we'd love to. We have spoke to a few community members and have reached out via email. So check your emails, everybody. Please get back to us. We understand the survey fatigue, that, you know, everybody has to take something, but really the data is what can drive a really thoughtful strategic plan that we hope to see through many different administrations. And so yeah, we'd love to go to Molokai. We had a great conversation with Council Member Gabe Johnson and his staff. And so however we can be present, we will be there. But mahalo.
Mai ka'i, mahalo. I guess my office can coordinate with you folks to figure out what when a good day would be to come over, and then we'll hope and pray that Mokulele doesn't cancel. Okay, mahalo, mahalo. Okay, I think there are no further questions, so I'll invite Director and Deputy Director for any final closing remarks.
Ai, mahalo anui no kei hui ana. Thank you very much for allowing us to engage with each and every one of you. The questions posed, the points made have been countless hours that Kekai and I have been discussing within our own department, and then also being able to discuss it with our staff. That this Department of OEV is not planning on going anywhere. This Department of OEV has really a millennial of Ike Kupuna, of ancestral memory and knowledge that we plan on engaging with our entire community of Maui. And with that, I say that with much aloha, but I'm unwavering in that belief system. And I kind of grew up with that, with Papa Lake and all of those kupuna that have come before, that setting foundation and platform of good Ike Hawaii and good fundamental wisdoms will allow for many to build upon. And so even after we're gone and after we're pau with this particular kuleana, this Department of OEV will have a great platform to move forward. Mahalo anui.
Mahalo anui. Okay, members, this item was posted for no legislative action, so without objection, I will defer this item. Any objections? Okay, mahalo, members. Mahalo anui kako for a productive halavai, despite it being an ole moon. And yeah, hau'oli mahina olelo Hawaii kako. It's 2:40 on February 6, 2025, and our very first Komike Aloha Aina is adjourned.